We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for January 18th, 2023. I am Stephen Nelson, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 o'clock a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 29705 will be continued to February. Case number 29346 will be continued to February. Case number 29230 will be continued to February. Case number 29778 will be dismissed. Case number 29679 will be dismissed. Case number 29733 will be continued to February, and case number 29734 will be continued to February. The administrative docket starts on page 7 with case number 29716 and goes through case number 29833. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the oil and gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters on the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with case number 29703. In the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider the name change of the Squaw Creek Field and any associated pools, McKenzie County, ND, and for such other and further relief as the Commission deems appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Lynn Helms, I wanted to put it into the record that this is in response to Department of Interior Secretary Order 3404, which we were notified in September, identified Squaw Creek as one of the derogatory names that was to be changed. And since we name oil fields after geographic locations or based on geographic locations, we're proposing the name change. I think Mr. Hicks knows the name that we're proposing.
I think it was Phelan Peak or
Phelan's Butte. Yeah, Phelan's Butte. So it's based on Department of Interior Secretary Order 3404 and the committee that created, which then published a list of names that were to be changed. And this is one of the names that was to be changed.
Okay. Any further comments on case number 29703? Seeing none, that will conclude the hearing in case number 29703. Moving on, case number 29704. In the matter of a hearing called on a motion of the Commission to consider amending order numbers 28682, 28684, 28686, 28687, 31014, 31018, 31033, 31055, 31060, 31061, 31067, 31071, and Director's Order number AO 534 that confiscated and transferred titles to the Commission under NDCC sections 380804 and 380804.9 of all production and or injection related equipment and saleable oil at certain abandoned wells located in Billingsburg, Golden Valley, and McKenzie Counties, ND. A complete list of the wells included in this motion can be viewed on the Commission's website. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne appearing on behalf of MP Resources and also White Rock. I'll do that over again. I did turn the mic on. Tom Throne appearing on behalf of MP Resources, LLC, and White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Paul Rankin, Inc. and Petro Harvester, now I guess known as Formentera.
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter on behalf of Pride Energy Company and Cobra Oil and Gas Corporation.
All right. Well, I suppose we will begin our comments just in the order that you've presented yourself. So, Mr. Throne, if you'd like to begin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have two witnesses that will be available in case there are questions from the Commission. Ray Barabo, will appear on behalf of MP Resources, and Eric Lincecum will appear on behalf of White Rock Oil and Gas. I would like to go ahead and call them on the conference line.
Go ahead.
Okay. 9.
Do, yeah, and 9.
You'd think I'd remember, wouldn't you?
I may have to pick up the headset to hear and then.
Ray or Eric, you on the line? Okay, and we'll wait for Eric to chime in, but we'll go ahead and start. Are you there, Ray? Push the headset button. Are you there, Ray?
Yes, how's that, Tom? Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, now I can.
All right, Ray, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
The main point that MP Resources and also White Rock want to make is that they are in a quandary with the current state of affairs. The wells in question, in case of MP Resources, it's the order 534, and White Rock is subject to various other orders with many other wells, is that they are being asked by the BLM to plug wells. However, based upon the orders of this commission, they do not have the ability to operate the wells, so they really don't have any place to go. The other main issue is that in the case of MP Resources, and for the most part in the case of White Rock, the equipment has been removed with no accounting for the cost of the equipment, the revenue from the equipment, yet the NDIC is requesting that the parties plug the wells, as is the BLM. That's it in a nutshell. Both those comments are included in the letters that I submitted on behalf of each client. As for White Rock, I have a series of exhibits which are letters that they have received from the BLM. Eric, is that you?
Eric is here, yes.
Okay, and I have Eric Lincecum here to lay a foundation for these letters. If the commission is willing to accept copies of the letters without the foundation, Eric would just be available for questions from the commission.
Well, we can go ahead and swear him in, and then if you have questions, we can establish our evidence and lay some foundation. So, Mr. Lexicum, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
So if you want to maybe establish
Okay,
foundation.
Eric, would you please state your name and work address for the record, and in what capacity you're employed?
Eric Lincecum, White Rock Oil and Gas, 5810 Tennyson Parkway, Plano, Texas, 75024 zip code. I'm the regulatory manager for White Rock.
And did White Rock Oil and Gas receive some letters from the Department of Interior regarding 4 wells?
Yes,
And were those letters all dated November 29th?
yes, they were.
Okay, I've labeled each letter as an exhibit 1 through 4. And those were letters that White Rock received in the normal course of business?
Yes, that's correct.
And you would like these admitted into the record?
Yes, sir.
No further questions for, and ask that the letters be admitted into the record?
And you're offering the exhibits then?
I am offering the exhibits, yes.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing
Mr.
none?
Examiner, do you need a similar line of questions for MP Resources? I attached their letter.
So those were already filed, right? Or is
Yes,
it- yeah,
they are.
So those are already
Okay.
part of the record. Yeah.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Tom, I've got a couple questions for you. One is White Rock or NP contesting the fact that the BLM still sees them as operator?
Not yet,
Do they intend to?
maybe,
Is it going to be contingent upon our order, maybe?
maybe.
I've got a question about the letter that you sent in.
On behalf of,
This is the letter that you sent on behalf of NP Resources. We received it via email on January 13th. And on the bottom of the page one, second to the last paragraph or sentence, it says, "The operators whose wells were confiscated but not plugged nor reclaimed should not now be penalized because of the NDIC's inefficient use of the CARES Act funds to plug all confiscated wells." Seems kind of offensive to say that. What do you mean by that?
some operators got the benefit of the CARES Act. Those who didn't are now being asked, and in some cases penalized, even though they have no control over the wells. And they don't think that because their well was not plugged, and this is particular MP Resources, and Ray Barabo on the line can probably better address that than I can. But MP Resources is concerned that they are being penalized because their well was not plugged even though it was under contract.
Okay,
now it's
and
being
what I
asked-
want you to consider is the phrase inefficient use of CARES Act. This was a fixed amount of money that we had. As most operators will understand, when you go in and plug a well, you don't know what you're gonna run into until you run into it. So you can have cost overruns of what you originally thought. The commission doesn't think that they were ineffective on using these CARES Act money. We think we're very prudent and a good steward towards plugging them. So I'm just wondering what you actually meant by inefficient use. I don't want somebody reading this thinking that we just took that money and squandered it.
Ray Barabo would probably be the best person to more accurately answer your question.
Okay, well, that would certainly be okay for him to answer it.
Ray, are you on the line?
Yeah, I am, Tom.
Would you go ahead and respond to Bruce's question?
Yes, the inefficient phrase there used is not so much as inefficiency in the overall funds that were deployed for plugging. I don't doubt that. What the word inefficient is in our case intended to mean is the operator, the contractor that was awarded the bid to plug our well, was included in a batch of many wells, and the operator's approval of his P&A sundry didn't occur until mid-November of 2020, and the clock to use CARES Act funds ran out December 31st of 2020. So there was no time for that operator to get on NP's wells to plug it, let alone several other wells that were on this contractor's list of wells awarded to plug. So he was awarded too many wells, and it was ineffective for him to be able to plug those wells in the time frame of the CARES Act funds to be used. That contractor was Tiger Well Service.
Are you aware if the CARES Act funds were all spent that North Dakota received?
all I know is that contractors were told to put pencils down and shut the crews down December 31st, 2020. And if they continued spending quote CARES Act funds after January 1 of 2021, that they were not going to be reimbursed. So I don't know if all 100% of the CARES Act funds were deployed or not, but the contractors were told to quit their activity, and if they didn't, then they were conceivably not going to be reimbursed for the funds and costs that they were incurring for this program.
Actually, I thought the date was the day before. I thought it was December 30th of 2020. I guess that's immaterial, but thank you.
Yeah, either the 30th or the 31st, which by year's end was my understanding.
Ray or Eric, this.
Well,
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to explain that the inefficient phraseology there, Bruce, is intended to the timing, not so much the inefficient squandering of money by any means. It was not intended in that way.
Ray or Eric, this is David Tabor. I guess probably more so for Eric because the letters that we have here in the exhibits are for White Rock. They indicated some of the wells in here had not produced since August of 2017. Did White Rock receive any BLM plug or produce demand letters prior to November of 29th of 2022 for these wells?
I can answer that. No, these are the first time that we've received these letters.
So BLM had not stated any other action until after the confiscation of the well.
That's correct.
Ray, did NP have any wells in a similar situation that were in an abandoned status that BLM submitted letters prior to 2022?
We had received a notice to supply the BLM and the Forest Service a plan of action to take on this inactive well. As we had been receiving, since the TA of the well. So there wasn't an express, until this notice letter that you see dated December 29th, there wasn't an express quote order that's indicating the 60-day clock to do one of those three things that you see listed in it. It was prior to this letter. It was request for submittal of a plan of operation for the well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I believe we can move on to Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I've got a couple witnesses I was going to call.
Okay, if Eric and Ray, if we need you later on, just stay tuned and we'll dial in if that comes up, but White needs to use the phone as well.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Hello?
Hey, Paul, it's Wade Mann. We're live in the hearing room. Hey, have you been listening at all?
I have not, no.
Okay. Well, we've just heard testimony from a couple other operators with respect to the commission's case 29704 regarding potentially amending, the orders that, in your case, that confiscated the Papineau USA 1 well. And
Yes.
just wanted to kind of give you an opportunity to give your insight on this. I guess before I do, Mr. Examiner, Mr. Rankin is in, I guess, a similar situation as the previous operators with respect to, this well, BLM asking to, to plug or return to production. One of those options now really isn't available anymore. The equipment's been confiscated, so in a situation, would be looking at plugging if that is, I guess, the only option. And I think Mr. Rankin was hoping to get some insight with respect to, what the amendment of the order with respect to his well would entail, and to the extent that, that it does get amended and he's going to be obligated to plug and reclaim this, if there's any accounting for the equipment that, that had been previously confiscated. So with that, Paul, do you have any comments, or if not?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Well,
I'm just...
Oh, sorry, they got to swear you in, Paul.
Yeah, Mr.
Okay,
Rankin,
sorry.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
So, any comments you want to make, Mr. Rankin? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, so I'm just very confused by the whole process. When the well was confiscated, I don't understand how I'm still the operator of record, and especially since all my equipment, tanks, everything was taken. I see some correspondence back and forth between the BLM and the NDIC concerning, converting the well to a fresh water, and the BLM not accepting the, or at least not accepting that the NDIC is, or the NDIC not accepting that they're the operator record. So I've been contacted by the BLM. I don't have, I don't have much time to make a decision on what, they're saying I have to plug the well, but I don't understand how I'm even the operator still. So that's my main comment. I didn't have any of this budgeted in. I thought I had moved on from this well, and I'm more than willing to, if the well can be converted to freshwater well, I'm more than willing, to accept it of that. I'm just trying to get past this issue, one in which I didn't think I'd ever be in.
Anything else, Paul?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, hang on in case there's any questions for you.
Sure.
Okay.
Any questions from commission staff?
Paul, this is Lynn Helms. I think you mentioned bonding when you were talking there. Is that correct?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. I was going to follow up on that. I misheard. Thank you.
Paul, this is Bruce Hicks. Have you received a letter from the BLM to either produce or plug the well?
Yeah, I responded to them, and we got a 90-day stay because we had been delayed with the meeting with weather and everything. So I'm on a 90-day stay right now trying to determine what to do. And once that 90-day stay's up, then I think I have 60 days to plug.
What was the original date that you had to return the well to production or plug it?
Wade, do you happen to have that in front of you?
I don't have that with me. I think it was this, I don't have the exact date. I mean, we could provide that.
Well, I'm just wondering if the 90-day stay is from that date, or is it from today's date, or?
One of my partners has been handling that, state director.
Hold on, I can look it up real quick. Sorry, I sent so much information. until April 4th, 2023.
Okay, thank you.
So that,
Any further questions from commission staff?
Paul, this is David Tabor. Are you aware if the BLM allows or would allow you to extend that deadline if need be?
I'm not sure about that.
And then I asked, from the prior operators that provided testimony, the same question. Had BLM submitted any plug or produced letters to you for this particular list of wells in the order that you received from the commission prior to 2022?
Prior of what date?
Of the year 2022?
No. No. I was seeing a ton of correspondence between you and the BLM, but I was being copied on all that with consideration of the freshwater conversion.
Okay.
But I didn't receive anything until 22.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, Mr. Mann, do you have another witness, or is that?
Yeah, I do. That's it, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Bye.
Peter Ivanovich, I'm going to call next. Petrol harvester.
Hello, Peter here.
Hi, Peter. It's Wade Mann, and we were live in the hearing room. Have you had an opportunity to listen into any of the previous discussion on this case?
Yes, I've been following along.
Why don't we have the hearing examiner swear you in?
Mr. Ivanovich, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Peter, I know you've testified here before, but can you just state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, I'm Peter Ivanovich, spelled Radovanovvic. And I'm the engineering manager for Formentera operations, previous manager for Petrol Harvester.
Sure. And Peter, Petrol Harvester has 2 wells on the list associated with this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you just, it may impact, the order, or to the extent there's amendment of any orders, can you just explain, are those 2 wells still reflected as being owned by Petrol Harvester by the commission?
Yes, we have a transfer of operations currently pending with the commission, but as of record as of today, they are still, Petrol Harvester is still the operator of record.
Okay. But is Petrol Harvester, is that still an entity?
That is no longer an entity. Formentera acquired all the assets of the company in June of 2022.
Okay.
I think the effective date might have been May of 2022.
Sure. And did you have any additional comments that you'd like to make with respect to any potential amendment of the order as it relates to those 2 wells?
No, I think previous operators have kind of covered the concern. The main concern is just the confiscation of the equipment regarding those 2 assets. So there were no flags that the equipment was confiscated.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Radovanovich. If there's any staff questions.
Any questions from commission staff?
Yeah, Peter, this is Lynn Helms. You indicated that you have a well transfer that's been filed with the Industrial Commission, is that correct?
That is correct. There's a total asset. All of Petrol Harvester's North Dakota assets are pending transfer. I think there's 160 wells on that transfer list or so.
And have you submitted similar paperwork to the BLM to transfer
Yes.
the well?
Yes.
And,
Yes.
and
So
have they
it's,
approved it?
Yes, the BLM has already approved the transfer.
Okay, thank you.
Peter, this is David Tabor. beings the BLM approved that transfer, is it under your understanding then that they do not hold you as the operator on their records anymore? Petro Harvest?
Yeah, as far as I understand, according to the BLM, Formentera is now the operator of those wells, according to the BLM.
Okay, thank you.
Peter, this is Bruce Hicks. Just want to comment on the transfer to Formentera. I think we're in the final stages of that, and we were in contact the last few days trying to get some final language approved so we could transfer those last two abandoned wells on the list. So that should be coming through very soon.
That would be fantastic.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Mr. Mann, any?
Nothing further. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll move on to Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. No intention to call any witnesses, just a very brief statement. And before commenting on the matters that are specifically before the commission today, both Pride Energy Company and Cobra Oil and Gas Corporation would like to compliment and thank the commission for taking the initiative to put in place in North Dakota this program to utilize CARES Act funds to plug and abandon inactive wells and reclaim the sites. As a result of the commission's efforts, Cobra and Pride understand that more than $66 million was secured for the project. Half of the funding, or approximately $33 million, was to go to plugging of wells, and half, and once again approximately $33 million, was to go towards reclamation. With those funds, Cobra and Pride understand that the commission plugged approximately 281 wells and restored the sites on approximately 175 of those wells. I'm not aware of any other states, neither is Cobra or Pride. That doesn't mean it didn't take place any other place in North Dakota, but we're not aware of any other situation where a state took advantage of CARES Act's funding for similar properties. So Cobra and Pride greatly appreciate the commission's initiatives in this regard. Cobra and Pride also appreciate the efforts the commission made in attempting to work with the federal government on plugging of wells and restoring of surface facilities that are regulated by the BLM. It's unfortunate in the eyes of Cobra and Pride that the federal government would not work with the commission to get many of their wells plugged and abandoned. Since reaching an agreement with the BLM does not seem to be possible by the commission, and since it looks like the commission is not going to be able to reach an agreement with the BLM, Cobra nor Pride have any objection to the commission returning these wells to Cobra and Pride so they can proceed to conduct the necessary operations to bring the wells into compliance with commission's rules and regulations. There's been a lot of discussion here this morning on equipment. We believe that much of the equipment on these wells probably didn't have a great value. In those situations where it had some value, we're confident that the commission will work with both Pride and Cobra to reimburse that money to those companies so that they can utilize that money for the plugging operations. And that's all we have. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Was there anybody else in the audience or any other witnesses that wanted to provide testimony in this matter today?
I have one other comment as a follow-up.
Mr. Throw?
On behalf of White Rock and MP Resources, the big issue for both those companies is the confiscation of equipment and the lack of accounting on the value of that equipment. On behalf of White Rock, they had extensive discussions last summer on working out an agreement with the NDIC, and White Rock would probably be interested in resuming those discussions if the NDIC was so inclined to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Throw. Anything further from commission staff?
I have one question and a request. So, Tom, does NP Resources and White Rock have an accounting of the equipment that was taken and what its value was?
I do not know the answer to that question, but I would submit that I'll propose that they submit that to you. And if they don't know, they'll say they don't know.
Okay.
I have not discussed that with either of them.
Mr. Examiner, there are a number of wells on this list that were subject to an attempt to convert them to freshwater supply wells. And I'd like to make those cases part of the record in this case.
Any objection to making those cases part of the record?
No
None.
objection.
No objection.
And those cases are 28578, 28615, 28676, 28807, 28843, 29268, 29270, 29271, 29272, 29273, 29275, 29277, and 29532.
Those cases will be made a part of this record. Anything further in this matter? All right. So is there a request to supplement the record then with the information as to accounting of costs?
Yeah, we'll provide an accounting if one is available.
What kind of time frame do you think that's going to take?
I want to say 30 days, just so we don't get caught short. I'm sure they can do it within 2 weeks, but can we have 30 days?
We will set the 30 days. That will put the 18th today. Let's see. That would be the 17th. That would be a Friday. So February 17th. That'd be enough time.
Mr. Examiner and Tom, I just want to bring up, I guess, a thought, but is that going to hinder any issues with BLM letter deadlines and stuff?
It might.
Okay.
I suppose. Okay, so that,
We have not discussed in detail the strategy that we're going to implement on the letters yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to, like I said, bring it up as a thought.
Mr. Examiner, may I make a request? In the event that the commission does go forward and return these wells to the previous operators, it's my understanding that the commission does have an accounting and know what equipment came from each well, what the value of that equipment was when it was sold. So I guess if an order ultimately comes out and returns the wells, we would like an opportunity to get a copy of that accounting, at least with respect to the wells that Pride and Cobra operated. I assume that's in the public record someplace, but I don't know where to start looking for it, and we would not want to start looking for it, I guess, until we see the order. So, only if the information exists.
okay. This is noted. Well, the record then will remain open to February 17th for that supplement. Anything further in this matter?
Nothing further.
Nothing further from us.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29704.
Thank you.
Moving on. Case number 29705, application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Kilson Slough Bakken Pool, Burke County, ND, to extend the outline and amend the applicable orders for the Kilson Slough Field to include all of sections 19 and 30, Township 159 North, Range 91 West, and establish a stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 19, 30, and 31, Township 159 North, Range 91 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to February. Moving on. Case number 29776, application of Petro Hunt LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the East Tioga and/or White River Creek Bakken Pools, Montreal County, ND, to terminate an existing 2560 acre space unit described as sections 22, 23, 26, and 27, Township 158 North, Range 94 West, establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, 22, 23, 26, and 27, Township 158 North, Range 94 West, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Petro Hunt LLC. I have 3 witnesses testifying. Mr. Derek Roller is present in the hearing room. The other 2 witnesses, Dutch Cruz and Josh Weimer, I need to call now. Dutch? Josh, you there too?
Yes, sir.
All right, we got you live in the hearing room.
And was Mr. Roller going to be your first?
Yeah, Derek Roller will be the first witness.
Okay. Mr. Roller, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Derek, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Derek Roller, landman and attorney with Petro Hunt LLC, 400 East Broadway Avenue, Suite 414, Bismarck, North Dakota, 58502.
And Derek, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have, yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay, and you've prepared a land exhibit for the hearing today?
I did, yes, I did. You want me to go ahead and explain that?
1 minute. I just moved the testimony of Mr. Roller be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
All right. Now, go ahead and take us through your land exhibit.
Okay, so in front of you, you have a land breakdown of our proposed 38, 40 acre spacing unit. Previously to that, we had authorized a 4-section unit, which was the southern 4 sections, and today we're asking for that to be amended to include the top 2 northern sections of 14 and 15. Petro Hunt currently operates 3 existing units that would be included within this new 3 mile. There's a 640 acre one in the northwest in section 15, 2 different 1,280 acre units, one of 14 and 23, one of 22 and 27, and then a Liberty operated unit of section 26. Petro Hunt's total gross working interest would be a little over 52% in the new proposed unit.
Yeah, and I should have clarified, so the 22, 23, 26, 27 that's existing, you're no longer intending to develop that?
Correct.
You're looking to drill
A 3 mile instead
longer
of a 2.
lateral, so you're, okay.
Correct.
I have no further questions for Mr. Roller. I'd offer Exhibit 1.
The exhibit is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Cruz. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Dutch, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Dutch Cruz. I'm employed by Petro Hunt LLC as a geologist, and my business address is 600 17th Street, Suite 2050 South, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
Dutch, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have, yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared some geology-related exhibits for the hearing?
I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Cruz be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Dutch, let's start with your structure map, Exhibit number 2.
Okay, yes. So exhibit number 2 is an index map of the East Tioga and White Earth field areas with the proposed 38, 40 acre spacing unit in the red box. The contours are 10-foot contours that were constructed on the top of the upper Bakken shale. So the kind of generally southward dipping formation there with a slight note in kind of in the middle of our section associated with the East Tioga Madison field there.
Dutch, Dutch, 1 second. You're kind of cutting out a little bit. I don't know if, are you on like a conference line speaker, or if you,
I was on my head. Is that any better?
yeah, that's better.
Okay. So I was just describing the spacing unit in the red box there. And then we have a north-south dipping upper pocket contour maps, which are silicon contours in there. And then
Hang on, Dutch, sorry, you're cutting out again.
okay. Let me, I'm on my cell phone to try with the landline here. That would be better.
You want to see if we can, okay. Hey, I'll give you a direct number to call into.
Okay.
What's that?
Yeah, let me do that. My phone is actually dead. She's here. So you want to give me another number?
Yeah, 701 328
701 328
8099.
8099. Okay, yes, let me hang up and call that.
So we're having some IT issues, I think, this morning, company-wide. Yeah. Get every other word.
Dutch?
That's any better?
We'll see. Maybe just kind of start, I mean, you're in the process of going through the structure, underlying the Bakken structure here. If you just kind of start over with that.
Yes. So, in this I have the proposed fixing unit outlined in the red box there. And then the contours underlying that were made on the top. Yes.
Hang on, Dutch. Do you have another phone option you can use? What are you calling from? Your cell phone or your landline?
I am calling from my cell phone right now, and I believe.
Is he on the speaker?
Yes.
Are you on your speakerphone or?
No, I'm not. I'm on.
Is there a landline there you can use or not? Or is this it?
Yeah. Let me see here. I believe there is one in the office. Let me try this landline. I'll call the same number.
Okay, all right, hang up and call us again.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dutch? All right.
Is this any better?
We'll see. Give it a shot.
Okay. Okay, so again, the proposed section, or the proposed spacing unit is outlined in red there, with the top of the middle Bakken structure map underlying 10-foot contours, generally dipping from north to south, with a slight nosing kind of in the middle of the proposed spacing unit that's associated with the East Tioga Madison Field. The well sticks you see on the map are the existing wells in the area. The pinkish colored wells are existing Three Forks wells, and the brownish colored wells are existing Bakken wells. Our proposed long lateral well is in the black dashed line going down the center of that proposed 3840 spacing unit. And I do want to point out, kind of in the center there, or the northeast corner of section 22, there's a circle that is indicating the type log that I will show in exhibit number 3.
Okay.
And so that is it for exhibit number 2.
All right. Go ahead and move on to your type log then. Exhibit 3.
So moving on to Exhibit 3 is the type log for the Emirata Hess Albert Erickson 2X well. It was a Red River dry hole drilled in 1971. And then on the left track there, we have a gamma ray curve, and then on the right track, we have a resistivity curve. And this logging section is showing the lower part of the lodgepole formation in the complete Bakken section, upper shale, middle Bakken, lower shale, and then the top portion of the Three Forks. And so just wanted to point out it's kind of a typical Bakken section, 76 feet thick from the base of the upper shale to the top of the lower shale. And that is about it.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Cruz. I'd offer Exhibits 2 and 3.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Dutch, can you confirm what your intended target is for the section line well?
Yes, right now the intended target is the middle Bakken.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Weimer, was it?
Yeah, I think he's in Dallas, right?
Yeah.
So I got to hang up on Mr. Cruz now. Hey, Josh, you still there? All right, you're up next.
All right, Mr. Weimer, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Josh, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name's Josh Weimer. I'm a reservoir engineer for Petra Hunt LLC. My business address is 2101 Cedar Springs Road, Suite 600, Dallas, Texas, 75201.
Josh, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And have you prepared some engineering-related exhibits for this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Weimer be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Right. And Josh, let's start with exhibit number 4. If you can take us through and summarize the reservoir data.
Sure, yeah. Exhibit 4 is the reservoir data, just into the high points. The average thickness I used for the middle bottom, 75 feet, with 6.8% porosity, 58% water saturation, a formation volume factor of 1.66, and that's an estimated original oil in place of 38,440,797 stock tank barrels. Our estimated recovery for the 3-mile well is at 450 MBO with an estimated recovery factor of 1.2%.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 5, if you can take us through the economics for the proposed well.
Yes, for this well, using an initial production rate of 600 barrels per day, 1,200 SCF per stock tank barrel gas oil ratio. That estimated recovery I mentioned earlier of 450 MBO. Our projected well cost is $12.9 million. Lease operating expenses $12,000 per month, and our royalty burden of 19%. I used $75 per barrel for the NYMEX oil price, $4 per MCF for gas, and that results in a payout of 5.1 years, a 1.34 return on investment, and a 10% rate of return.
Okay. Josh, in your opinion, would creation of this spacing unit to allow for this lease line well, would that prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions for Mr. Weimer. And Mr. Examiner, don't have a gas capture plan affidavit. I do have in my possession now. If I could just hold the record open for the end of the day to get that filed.
Sure. Leave the record open till the end of the day. For the gas capture affidavit, that request is accepted. Are there any further question, or I guess did you want to also offer these exhibits?
Yeah, exhibits 4 and 5 I'll offer.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Josh, this is Bruce Hicks. Looking at your Exhibit 5, the $12.9 million well cost, is that based upon batch drilling, or is that just a single well that you will drill from this pad?
That'll be a single well off this existing pad.
Okay, is it your intention to drill any additional wells from this pad at the same time?
Not at this time.
Okay, and what's your timing on drilling it?
It's still a little up in the air. It'll be drilled. It'll be one of the first wells drilled when our rig gets back in the area. But that's looking like a year or two is our estimate.
And you're showing a rate of return of 10%. Is that within the requirements of Petro Hunt to drill, or are you looking for better economics?
No, that's in Petro's requirement to drill. We want to develop this area when we get a rig back up there. So we're okay with that rate of return to get the oil that's going to be drained by this new section.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. So the record will remain open to the end of the day for that gas capture affidavit. Is there anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29776. Let's see, the time is just about, it's 9:57. Why don't we take a 5-minute break here? The time is 10:05, and we are back on the record. It's the hearing for case number 29706, application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sherman-Madison Pool, Bottineau County, ND, to extend the outline and amend the applicable orders for the Sherman-Madison Field to include the west half of the southeast quarter and the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 26, Township 162 North, Range 82 West, and establish a laydown 320-acre spacing unit consisting of the southwest quarter of Section 25 and the southeast quarter of Section 26, Township 162 North, Range 82 West, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled in the Madison Formation on such spacing unit no closer than 150 feet to the east or west boundary and 500 feet to the north or south boundary of such unit, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Empire North Dakota LLC. And, Mr. Examiner, I have 2 witnesses in this case, Paul Richardson and Brian Weatherall. And Empire also has a case, an SWD case, 29664, that was on the admin docket. It's my understanding that that's getting moved to the regular docket due to a letter, I think, that was submitted by a landowner. And I guess I would request, I do have somebody who can talk about that SWD case. I mean, we've reviewed that letter, and I mean, it seems like anything in there is just already contained in the permit application, so we don't have any additional exhibits on that. But I do have a person available who is familiar with the SWD and can address any questions that commission staff may have with respect to the letter or the application.
So is your intention then to combine? for
If
purposes of
I
hearing?
could, because he's available now and on the line.
Sure.
So. Well, I guess the company staff is all available, and. Oh, I'm not intending that they be consolidated.
Oh.
I just
I was
yeah.
mistaken there. Okay.
I apologize for any confusion. I'm asking if we can bump it up and be heard now after the spacing case. Sorry.
4. And is there any objection from commission staff to bumping the 29664 ahead? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do that. But for now, we'll stick with 29706.
Yep.
And I believe your first witness was Mr. Richardson. Can you hear
Correct.
me, Mr. Richardson?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Paul, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Paul Richardson. I am with Geologic Consultants representing Empire. My address is 4850 East 114th Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 74137.
And Paul, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Why don't you go ahead and just briefly take us through your educational background and work experience with respect to geology-related matters?
Yep, I sure will. I graduated from the University of Oklahoma with a petroleum geology degree, then Oklahoma State University with a master's degree. I worked for Devon, working in the Williston Basin and Powder River Basin. Then I went with St. Mary's and SM for 4 years after that, and then private equity with a company called Double Eagle after that.
Okay. And Paul, are you familiar with the geology associated with the proposed spacing unit in this case?
I am.
And have you put together some exhibits relating to the hearing today?
I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Richardson be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Paul, let's start with your exhibit number 1. I guess if you can just first identify the proposed spacing unit and then the field that we're looking at.
Absolutely. So you can see the Sherman Field highlighted with the arrow, and the proposed spacing unit there in yellow, I believe if you have the color, which goes slightly outside of the existing field. So there in 162 North, 82 West, Section 26, we're going to need, that's what we're asking for, is for that spacing unit there, and
Sure.
field boundary, etc.
Right, so a portion of the relief would be requesting that the field boundaries for the existing Sherman Field be extended to include the lands that are within the proposed spacing unit.
That is correct.
Okay. And I guess, Paul, I should ask this. In your opinion, is the, like the Madison pool that you're intending to produce from, is that part of the same common source of supply, you know, both within the existing field boundaries and outside where the proposed spacing unit is?
That is correct. It correlates well, and there's enough well control to assure that.
Sure. Let's move on to exhibit number 2 then, if you can identify the proposed spacing unit.
All right. This exhibit zooms in here, section 26 to 25. It also specifies that we do have 100% of the working interest in that 320-acre spacing unit. So that's what that exhibit's there for.
Yep. And then let's go ahead and move on to exhibit number 3, if you can take us through that structure map, and then also kind of walk us through how you would propose to develop the spacing unit.
Okay, so this is the structure map. The blue line is our oil-water contact. It's conservative. As you can see, there are some wells outside of that oil-water contact that didn't produce slight amount of oil. They did seem to be higher water cuts, but a conservative oil-water contact there. And the Peterson 2526-2H, which is the north of the two horizontals, is going to be closer to that oil-water contact. Again, we think it's conservative. That's why we put it there, but it is a little bit closer to oil-water contact. The 1H is well up on the structure, not concerned about water at all. If you look at the toe of the 2561H, which is on the west side, there is a dry hole. That well had good DST test. I don't believe it should have been dry, but we will be drilling towards that direction if shows indicate that we're losing oil cut or we come in down dip faster than we anticipated. We can call that well short. So that's what that exhibit's meant to be.
And then can you just briefly touch on what you'd be looking at with respect to development of the spacing unit?
So the 1H and the 2H would be the two wells. Are you talking about the order? We drill the 1H first and then the 2H after that.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and move on to exhibit 4 then, take us through that exhibit and the type log.
Okay, this well had the best example of a type log of recent logs. A lot of these wells are older, and a lot of them didn't penetrate the entire Wayne porosity zone, which is Mission Canyon, but locally known as the Wayne porosity zone, which we will be targeting. It ranges between 15 to 25 feet thick, and that would be our target. This well shows high water saturations. Again, it's below that oil-water contact, but also identifies the porosity ranging anywhere from 15 to 25%, and the thickness of about 20 foot in this example.
Okay. That, I believe, is all the questions I have for Mr. Richardson. I'd offer exhibits 1 through 4.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Paul, are you gonna drill these wells from separate locations, or would you build one location?
We're planning on separate.
And the southern well, how far from the spacing unit boundary is that proposed?
500 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, the intended target you indicated was the Wayne. Is that the same target as all the vertical penetrations and productivity?
Absolutely, and you can see there's Wayne Field, the sister field of this one, and that's what it produced out of as well.
Okay. And then when you were discussing that dry hole, you indicated that there were indications that there were some productivity in that well. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What was the indications?
Yeah, so they drill stem tested that well when they did, and they had plenty of oil shows. They did have water shows as well with those DSTs, but there's a lot of questions whether or not packers were set correctly and such as that. But there were high indications of oil and gas within the DST of that well when it was drilled in the 60s.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
this is Bruce Hicks. Looking at your Exhibit 2, you've got 100% working interest. I assume that's all Empire interest, is that right?
That is correct.
And we're also concerned about the mineral interest. Do you have a breakdown in the proposed spacing unit on mineral interests?
Yes, we've got it.
Paul, are you still there?
I am. Did I cut out?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, we do have the mineral interest on it. We did not submit it, though.
Okay, we would want you to submit that so we know the mineral interest owners and where their lands are located.
Okay.
And then on Exhibit 3, you indicated the 1H would be drilled first. When would that well be drilled?
Within the summer.
Summer of '23. And how about the 2H? When would you drill that well?
Subsequently.
Would it be after a production period to evaluate the 1H, or would it be back-to-back?
I think we'll have a pretty good idea just from our mud logs and our testing as we're drilling the 1H, so I think it'll just be subsequent weather either way.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, I do have one more question. Will these wells be completed open hole, and will there be any stimulation?
No stimulations, these will be open hole.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, can move on to your next witness, Mr. Weatherall. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Brian, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Brian, B-R-I-A-N. Last name Weatherall, W-E-A-T, and Tom, H-E-R-L. I'm employed by Empire Petroleum Corporation, and our address at Empire Petroleum is 2121 South Utica Place, Suite 100. I'm sorry, 2200 South Utica Place, Suite 100.
What's your position with Empire, Brian?
My title is Vice President of Engineering.
Okay. And Brian, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
Okay. And have you prepared an engineering-related exhibit for the hearing today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Weatherall be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Brian, why don't you go ahead and take us through your exhibit number 5 and summarize the economics that you're looking at for us.
Okay. So we also operate in the Wayne field, as Paul outlined in one of his exhibits. And as you can see in the Wayne field, just schematically, there's several horizontal wells that were drilled subsequent to the vertical wells in the same Wayne formation, Mission Canyon. My technique for developing the economics for an individual well in this area was largely based on the results to date of the wells drilled in Wayne. Similar depth, similar length. We've just had the benefit of time. We currently own and operate them. These wells are known generally as the Oscar Fossum H1 through H5. And so the decline curve, the pattern of the decline curve of those wells was used to mimic the economics calculated for these two wells.
Okay. So, Brian, based on your evaluation, the experience in the area and your evaluation, would the proposed 320 to allow for these 2 horizontal wells, is that going to prevent waste, protect wildlife rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Let's see, there was a request for a supplement for those mineral interests. Mr. Mann, how long do you think that will take?
Brian or Paul, how long do you think you'll need to get us that mineral ownership breakdown for the spacing unit? Would a week be sufficient?
Yeah, that will be sufficient.
Okay.
Okay. So 1 week from today, that will be Wednesday, the 25th. The record will remain open till Wednesday, the 25th for supplement. Is there anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
Not on this case, no.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29706. Moving on, we will take case number 29664 out of order. So, this hearing for case number 29664. Application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order pursuant to NDAC 43020388.1, authorizing saltwater disposal into the Dakota Group in the Erickson F1 well, file number 6467, northwest quarter of the southeast quarter of section 5, 163 north, 78 west, northeast land of field, Bottineau County, ND, pursuant to NDAC chapter 430205, and such other relief as is appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Empire North Dakota LLC. Again, Mr. Examiner, in this case, we've filed the application for this SWD. It's my understanding that everything has been filed. I do have Empire's production superintendent, Chuck Ong, on the line and available. We've received the letter from Mr. Hockenstead, and to the extent that there's any questions, relating to the application or the letter, it seemed like the letter, the information that he was seeking is either contained within the application or potentially some of it is outside the jurisdiction of the commission. But to the extent there's questions for Mr. Ong relating to the permit application or the well, he's on the line and available.
Okay. Why don't I just swear him in just in case? Mr. Hong, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
And Chuck, why don't I just, to get it on the record, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Okay. Name's Chuck Long. I'm production superintendent over Texas, Montana, North Dakota, and Louisiana for Empire Petroleum. So my business address is out of Madisonville, Texas at 10251 I-45 North, Madisonville, Texas.
Okay. And Mr. Examiner, again, I mean, I don't have additional exhibits beyond the the application that's been filed. But to the extent that there are some things that commission staff would like to address with Mr. Ong, he's available.
Any questions from commission staff?
Wade, I have a question. I think it's for you.
Yes.
In the second paragraph, Mr. Hockenstead expresses concern about the size of the saltwater plume migrating under his property. Do you have any comment on that with regards to commission jurisdiction?
My only comment on that, Mr. Helms, is that I believe that's beyond the scope or beyond the jurisdiction of the commission. It's a sort of a civil or contractual matter, and it's my understanding that that's consistent with commission precedent in a previous case as well.
Thanks.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Yeah. In the letter Mr. Hawkinstead brings up a fresh water well at a nearby farm. Can you go into what was done to determine if there are any fresh water wells in the area?
Chuck, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. Yes, our Whitney Colstead, who did a lot of our work for us, has an affidavit where he talked to the farmstead owners, Kim and Lance Colstead, or however you say that. I apologize if I got it wrong. But they are on the northwest area water supply, rural water system, and there is not a water well on their farmstead.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Chuck, this is Bruce Hicks. There are other questions that Timothy had in his letter. I think there was some indication by your counsel that answers were within the application itself. Is that your understanding?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
And was a copy...
And we will follow...
Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't say anything, and we will follow, all the regs of the permit regulations required of us.
And was a copy of the application sent to Mr. Hawkinstead?
That I can't answer. I don't know.
Okay, well, if his answers lie in the application and he didn't receive it, then how is he to get answers?
I don't know how to answer that exactly. I do not have the application in front of me or know who received it. I don't know, Wade, would you have an answer to that?
I don't have the application either. I can review it and address it. We can submit a late filed exhibit with respect to whether Mr. Hawkinstead was served notice.
Okay, well, I think it would be appropriate for you to either indicate that you have sent him an application and the answers are contained within it, or actually answer his questions and copy us on that letter.
Sure.
So we would want a supplement to that submitted in this record.
Okay.
I guess what kind of timeline do you think you'll take for that, Mr. Mann?
Chuck, 2 weeks on that one?
Yes, sir. That should be plenty of time.
Okay.
2 weeks. That will put us at Wednesday, February 1st. Record will remain open until Wednesday, February 1st for that supplement. Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
All right, that will conclude the hearing in case number 29664. Moving on. Case number 29707. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co., LP, for an order amending the applicable orders for the Crooked Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920 acre space unit described as sections 11, 14, and 23, Township 143 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, ND, to authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. And, Mr. Examiner, I'm appearing in this case as well as, 29707, and then 708, 709, 710, and 711, which were carryovers from the December docket where the hearings got canceled. And then, Mr. Examiner, Burlington also has 3 additional cases on the docket, later down the docket, which would be 29779, 29780 and 29781. And I have common witnesses for all of those cases. The geologist and engineer will be the same for all 8 of those cases. There'll be a different landman after the first 5, but I'd request if we could take those last 3 out of order and be heard after the initial 5.
Any objection to hearing case number 29779, 29780, and 29781 out of order? Seeing none, request is
And
granted.
then, Mr. Examiner, with respect to the first 5, I would request that that we be allowed to consolidate those for purposes of hearing. They consist of 2 stacked 1920s and then 3840s for lease line wells on either side, so there's a lot of commonalities between those 5 cases.
Would there be any objection to combining 29707, 29708, 29709, 29710, and 29711 for the purposes of hearing? Seeing none, that request is granted. We will go ahead and consolidate those hearings. I will read them into the record now.
Can I call while you're
Yeah,
doing
go
that?
ahead.
I've got 3 witnesses. It's Maggie McDaniel on the first 5 for land, and then it'll be Brian Sitek and Nick Stavisky.
So, reading the record, we will consolidate case number 29708, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Crooked Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre space unit described as sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 143 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, ND, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 29709, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Crooked Creek and/or Wilman Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 26 and 35, Township 143 North, Range 97 West, and Section 2, Township 142 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, ND, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 29710, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Crooked Creek and/or Wilman Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 143 North, Range 97 West, and sections 2 and 3, Township 142 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, ND, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. And case number 29711, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Crooked Creek, Wilman, and/or Fayette Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre space unit described as sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 143 North, Range 97 West, and sections 1 and 2, Township 142 North, Range 97 West, Dunn County, ND, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. You may go ahead, Mr. Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. So Maggie McDaniel is my first witness I'll call in the first set of cases.
Ms. McDaniel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Maggie, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, this is E. McDaniel of ConocoPhillips, where I'm employed as a senior land negotiator. My address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77097.
Maggie, have you previously testified before this commission?
I've submitted affidavits to the NDIC.
Why don't we just go ahead and just briefly run through, for their benefit, your educational background and work experience with respect to land-related matters.
Yes, of course. I graduated from the University of Tulsa in 2015 with a degree in energy management. I worked for Apache Corp for 5 years, and then Poncho Resources and subsequently ConocoPhillips for the past 3 years as a land negotiator.
Sure. And Maggie, are you familiar with the land-related matters associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and have you put together some land-related exhibits for the hearings?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. McDaniel be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Maggie, let's start with 29707. Can you walk us through your land exhibits for that case?
Yes. So the proposed spacing unit is sections 23, 14, and 11, Township 143, Range 97. We want to drill 2 wells in the proposed spacing unit. Our interest, Burlington Resources, is 48%, and our working interest partners are Lime Rock and XTO. We have sections 14 and 11 from an underlying Berlin unit that we operate, as well as section 23 in the Newry unit that we operate.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. McDaniel in this case.
Are there any questions from commission staff?
Maggie, this is Bruce Hicks. Do you intend to work with other working interest owners on operatorship?
Yes, we've reached out to Lime Rock and XTO.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness. Mr. Zychek, was it? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brian, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Brian Sitek. I'm employed as a geologist at ConocoPhillips, and my work address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, 77097.
And Brian, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with the geology underlying these proposed spacing units?
I am.
And you've put together some geology exhibits for the hearings?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Sitek be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Brian, in case 29707, start with that one, if you can take us through the geology exhibits for that case.
Sure. So Exhibit 2.1 is a structure map that was constructed from the top of the Upper Bakken Shale, which is representative for the targeted reservoir interval in this area. The map shows contour intervals at 50 feet. So we can see a gently dipping structure dipping down to the north in the proposed spacing unit, which is shown by a red dashed outline. And then I've also indicated where a type log in the next exhibit is located by a star.
Okay. Go ahead and move on to the type log if.
Sure. So that type log, I'm showing the gamma ray track and then a depth track. I've indicated the top and base of the Bakken pool, and then marked some of the internal members of the Bakken Three Forks interval, and I've indicated that the middle Bakken reservoir interval with a blue star, which is our targeted interval for this DSU, and this type log is representative for the area in thickness and kind of geologic continuity in the area.
Okay. Let's go ahead and move on then to your next exhibit, 2.3, and if you could explain how you'd intend to develop this spacing unit.
Yes, so this diagram shows existing middle Bakken producing wells in solid blue line, existing Three Forks Bench 1 producers with the orange solid line, and then our proposed Middle Bakken wells associated in this, or that we plan to drill in the DSU, are the 3 blue dash lines in the proposed spacing unit. I've also shown there's a gray dash line that is the proposed line well that would be drilled in conjunction with these DSU wells, but is associated with another case.
Sure. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Sitek. I'd offer the geology exhibits in this case.
I do believe we also didn't have Maggie's exhibits offered either.
Oh, I apologize. I'd offer the land exhibits as well.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brian, I believe you indicated your Middle Bakken is your intended target for all of the 3-mile laterals you're proposing in this spacing unit?
That's correct.
Okay. There are a number of additional shorter horizontal wells drilled in the area. Are a number of those Madison targets?
There are, yes. I don't think I have them shown here. There are Madison targets in the area, yes.
Okay, that's part of my question, I guess. The second part of my question is those aren't represented on your exhibit 2.3.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Stavisky. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Nick, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes. My name is Nick Stavisky. I work as a petroleum engineer at ConocoPhillips. Business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 770.
Nick, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and are you familiar with the engineering-related matters associated with these spacing units?
Yes, I am.
And have you prepared some exhibits relating to those matters?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Stavisky be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Nick, let's just start with Exhibit 3.1. If you can describe for us how you would drill and complete these proposed wells.
Yes, all these wells should have pretty similar exhibits. So we're heading to a standard 3-string casing design. So having the surface casing set in the production, and then it's 4.5 cemented liner with about 30-stage completion job. There's nothing in this area that makes us think that we'd have to set a contingency 4th string. So our plan is to do a 3-string landing in the Middle Bakken.
Okay. Move on then to 3.2. Take us through the reservoir data.
Yep, so again, kind of using our models in the area, kind of using an average on the DSUs that we have. Pretty typical, about 4% frosty, 75% oil saturation, using our typical hydraulic fracturing job with about 1,000 GOR, 8,500 reservoir pressure, with an estimated recovery factor of about 571,000 stock tank barrels per well.
Okay. And then moving on to the economics, 3.3.
Yep. So again, using the working interest, net revenue interest that we have, and our realized prices, pretty good economics with a 60% rate of return, and under a 2-year payout with those MPPs, basically using our economic models. So, and the recovery factor. So we view this as an economic well.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on this case. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I guess we can move on to the next case in this hearing.
Okay. And Maggie, let's move on then to the next case, 29708. And if you could just walk us through land exhibits in that one, identify the spacing unit and your working interest.
Yes, the proposed spacing unit is sections 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23. Burlington Resources interest is 40%.
And then you also have a breakdown of the working interest that makes up the underlying spacing units as well, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. It's section 10, the Andrew Schmidt, operated by Lime Rock. Sections 11 and 14 in Burlington, Berlin unit. Sections 15 and 22 from Burlington's Franconia unit. And section 23 Burlington's Muri unit.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. McDaniel in this case. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Maggie, again, less than 50% interest on the spacing unit. You're going to be working with other working interest owners on operatorship, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
We can move on to Mr. Zajac.
Brian, let's go through your geology exhibits. I mean, I don't know if there's anything unique or distinct from the previous case, but if there is, can you just point those issues out?
Yeah, no, these are pretty similar to the previous proposed spacing unit. In this case, it's in the same general area as the previous case. This spectrum office is showing 50-foot contours on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale. And the type log is also the same due to proximity of the cases. And this well will again be a Middle Bakken, a well targeting the Middle Bakken member of the Bakken Formation. And then on Exhibit 2.3, it's it's a similar exhibit as the last case, but kind of highlighting the proposed Middle Bakken well along the unit line in this space unit, and then showing the other three DSU wells for that would be developed alongside this well.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits in this case.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brian, looking at your exhibit 2.3, sections 15 and 22 included in the spacing unit here don't currently have any Bakken development on them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the plans are for those sections?
So that is our DSU, where we will be developing Middle Bakken wells in a similar spacing as is presented in this case. 3 wells in the DSU and then a uniline well on the western side of that DSU that is made up of sections 15 and 22.
Okay, and at this point, you're indicating that Burlington expects to develop those wells?
That's correct.
Will that be done before or in conjunction with the development you're proposing in this case?
It will be done right now on our schedule around a similar time frame. I can looking like right now we're looking around late 2024, early 2025, for these projects. And so they would be developed around a similar time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Nick, this is Bruce Hicks. When I look at the exhibit 3.3 of last case and this one, the economics are quite a bit different, although you've got the same well costs, you've got the same oil recovery. What's the difference? Why is it the rate of return 60% in the previous case and over 100% in this one?
Correct. So that's working in looking.
Hey, Nick, you're cutting out. I don't know if you can get closer or what the issue is.
Hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you look in the first case, you'll see that it's burdened by roughly 24%, 25%. The economics are, whereas in this exhibit, it is we own the minerals, so we have no burden on our working interest. So that is a primary driver for the higher economics.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, that's what I was going to kind of point out. That's kind of the primary difference between these two wells. Completion, same type curve used for the recovery. So yeah, that's kind of the big for recovery and the economics.
Any further questions from commission staff?
Yeah, Brian or Nick, in this case, in case 29-710 for the 3840s in this area, the establishment of those 3840s will leave a 1 mile area to the north of them and a 1 mile area to the south of them in between existing lease line space units. Does Burlington have any idea how that 1 mile, those 1 mile areas might get developed?
Do you mind taking those units, those section numbers?
So in this case, just to the north of 10 and 11 is sections 2 and 3. And to the north of them is a 2560 consisting of 26, 27, 34, and 35. So if this application is granted, sections 203 will be between lease line spacing units. And I'm curious how that lease line area might get developed.
We know the operator. I think that's Lime Rock. Let's take a look into that. We'll get back.
So is your answer you will look into it, or you're looking into it now?
I'm pulling up we're pulling up the map right now, but
Okay.
but if not, we can get back. We can get back to y'all.
And likewise to the south, sections 10 and 11 would be between a lease line space unit as proposed and a existing 2560 to the south of that. And then is the proposed lease line well in this case on the section lines? I can't see the section lines on your exhibit, so I'm curious.
Yeah, so it would be on the section line. That's the goal of this well. We're pulling up right now.
So you'll be supplementing the record with a discussion on those two lease line areas?
And you're talking about sections 26, 35, and 2? 27, 26, 30, 34, and 35?
So,
I think our next exhibit will be basically respacing the 26, 35, and 2 unit in the Olympus section. And we plan on developing that as a 3-section unit as well.
correct, but the issue in this case is to the north and to the south.
So in the north units, I'm seeing that as primarily developed, but there's already wells already drilled through that unit with no space for
Correct,
wells.
correct, but I'm talking about the lease line area between sections 2 and 3.
I see. It looks, based on the map I'm looking at, it looks a little tight to fit an additional well there, given there's already 4 wells in the unit. There looks to be more space to the east of that unit. But it does look a little bit tight.
Okay, and you can include that in your discussion if you desire.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from staff? You can move on to your next witness, Mr. Mann.
Okay. Maggie, let's go on to 29709, and if we can walk through the land exhibits for that proposed 1920.
Yes, the proposed spacing unit, that's 135 Township 143 at 97, and then Section 2 from Township 142, 97. Our working interest in the proposed unit is 50%, and the underlying sections the underlying units are new, which the proposed unit falls in Section 26, and our that unit with Sections 35 and 2. Burlington or Lime Rock you have been reached out to.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits in this case.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
And Brian, in this case, we're moving directly to the south and adjacent to the 1920 that we talked about in 29707. Can you just take us through the geology exhibits here and let us know if there's anything different with respect to structure or the type log?
Yeah. So again, because of proximity cases, the structure type logs are the same. They are still representative for the geology in the area. Again, these spacing units will be primarily, or they will be targeting the Middle Bakken member. On exhibit 2.3, again, we're showing a schematic of the development plan, and then so in this proposed DSU, there are 2 DSU wells shown in blue, and then the 2 proposed unit line wells in the gray dashed line.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
And Nick, let's go ahead and go through your engineering exhibits. Let us know if there's any distinctions on, the reservoir data in this 1920 or with respect to the economics. Could you point those out?
Yeah, so again, it's similar to the previous Hawk exhibit where the working interest in NR, we own the minerals. So again, you'll see kind of that inflated economic. But other than that, similar type curve used for the sections and an average across the the reservoir property.
Sure. And I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to your next case.
And Maggie, 29710, one of the 3840s for the lease line well. Can you take us through the land exhibits on that one?
Yes, the proposed spacing unit is sections 27, 26, 34, 35 of Township 143, Range 97, as well as sections 2 and 3, Township 142, Range 97. Burlington Resources owns 43% working interest in the proposed spacing unit, and the underlying existing units are Burlington's Newry for Section 26, Burlington's Bath for Sections 35 and 2, Lime Rock's Jake McNeese for Sections 27 and 34, and Lime Rock's State Brian Shadowski for Section 3.
Okay. No further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits in this case.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Maggie, again, under 50% interest, you're going to work with other working interest owners on operatorship?
Yes, we will shop Lime Rock and Exxon.
Thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, you can move on to your next witness.
All right, Brian, again, pretty similar exhibits to the previous cases. Can you let us know if there are any distinctions on geology?
Yeah, there's no distinction between this and some of the previous cases. Just again on Exhibit 2.3, just highlighting the specific unit line well, and then showing the other proposed wells in the area.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing too different.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to your next witness.
Okay, Nick, how about reservoir data economics, drilling, completing these wells, in anything different?
Well, given that this is going to be right next to the exhibit we just had, we expect not too much that's changed over the course of the 2,000 feet or so. Just averaging in the parameters we have of the adjacent unit to differ those numbers a little bit, and then again very little burden on the economics, so pretty strong economics.
Okay. No further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Again, Brian or Nick, in this case, 25, 26, 35, and 36 are an existing lease line 2560, as well as 1, 2, 11, and 12, and 2, 3, 10, and 11 to the south. I assume if this application is granted, you would want those terminated. Is that correct?
That's probably correct.
And then again, as in the previous case, if this application is granted and those are terminated, there'll be a lease line area between sections 11 and 12 and between sections 10 and 11, and I'd like you to address that, how that might be developed in your supplement.
Could you unit line well spacing units exist, just so we can address them, and I want to make sure we don't miss anything.
Okay, in Township 14297, sections 1, 2, 11, and 12 is one lease line 2560. Sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 is a lease line 2560. And then to the south of those, 14, 15, 22, and 23 in 13, 14, 23, and 24 exists, so then if your application is granted, that leaves that 1 mile area in between those those lease line 2560s that were in place that would now be terminated. That leaves that lease line, and we want to address how that might be developed.
Okay, yeah, we'll look into this, and then we'll pull some comments together to address this.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none? Let's see, we can move on to your next case.
Yeah, Maggie, in the last case, 29711, the spacing unit for the lease line well on the other side, can you walk us through those land exhibits?
Yes. So the proposed spacing unit is for sections 25, 26, 35, and 36 of Township 143, Range 97, and sections 1 and 2 from Township 142, Range 97. Burlington owns 42% working interest, and Lime Rock and XTO have been reached out to and made aware of our proposed development here. The underlying existing units are Burlington Resources Newry in section 26, in our Bath unit for 35 and 2, as well as Lime Rock's Joe Simmerad for section 1, and Lime Rock State for sections 25 and 36.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
And Brian, the geology exhibits, can you address any distinctions from the previous geology structure map and type log?
No differences between previous cases in this same structure map. And then again, just in Exhibit 2.3, just highlighting the specified well related to this case in blue.
Okay. And Nick, I guess I'd offer the geology exhibits. Sorry.
The geology exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to your next witness.
And Nick, on this one, reservoir data economics, any distinctions here?
I wish I could tell you there's something drastic that changed. But no, very similar. Again, strong returns, and the property used.
Sure.
Come up with the oil in place.
Okay. And Nick, with respect to each of the spacing units, the two 1920s and the three 3840s, for these 3 mile laterals and then the lease line wells, is that development going to protect relative rights, prevent waste, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, we do.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
I've got a question for Wade. Why did we have all separate cases?
Yeah, I mean, I think on some of these, it depends. Like on these where they're pretty similar and there's not any issues, I think we can probably combine them into one. Sometimes when we do like an app on like multiple spacing units in one, if it gets contested, then I don't know, it makes it a little bit messier where somebody contests part of it. So I think we can probably, on some of these where it's all kind of lumped together, we could probably consolidate those.
One thing that would be nice is to have a development plan for the area. I mean, you've separated everything out, and the commission's gonna look at all of it together to see how it's being developed. If you would supplement with all these combined so we can see how it's all gonna be developed, and I think it'll be much more evident on Mark's question on the two lease line areas that are not getting developed.
Yeah. So you're talking not only full development of what's requested, but like the impacts to the surrounding areas, like
I don't think-
adjacent to the?
I don't think necessarily you have to get into all that, but we would want the existing wells on. It would be basically like Exhibit 2.3 in that area that you are developing
Yep.
and requesting the spacing units. We would want you to show the background of all the existing wells, but your development plan on these particular cases, show all those on it.
Yep, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yep.
And in addition, it does help if they anticipate what the impact is gonna be and be prepared to discuss that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, there was a request for a couple supplements there. Mr. Mann, how long do you think you'll need for that?
Yeah, so I don't know, Nick, if it's you or if it's Brian, but we need to look at and address how these spacing patterns will impact the corridor, lease line corridor between sections 2 and 3 on the north side, and then also sections 10 and 11 and 11 and 12 on the south side. A couple weeks to put something like that together?
Yeah, I think that's a realistic timeline. We'll work together on that.
Okay.
So a couple of weeks, so would that be, let's see, Wednesday, the 1st of February? Would that be enough time?
Yep.
That's 2 weeks out? Okay. The record will remain open until February 1st, 2023. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, not in that set of cases, Mr. Examiner.
All right. And that will conclude the hearing for cases number 29707, 29708, 29709, 29710, and 29711. We'll move on to cases that we agreed to hear out of order today. Cases number 29779, 29780, and 29781. So case number 29799. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Keene Bakken, Three Forks, and/or Charleston Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre space unit described as sections 19, 20, 29, and 30, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 29780. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending. These were consolidated for hearing, correct? Or were we hearing them?
There's a lot of similarities on these. They're not quite as, I guess, uniform as the previous. So, I mean, I think we can, there'll be some similarities, but we can go through each of them separately.
So, do you want to hear each case
Sure.
separately?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we will begin with case number 29779, as just read into the record. And then
Yep, and thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP. Again, I'll have the same geologist and engineer on this case, but Shauna Sims will be the landman.
Ms. Sims, can you hear me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Shauna, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Shauna Sims. I'm employed by ConocoPhillips. I am employed as a system land negotiator. Address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77079.
Shauna, have you previously testified before this commission?
No.
Why don't you go ahead and take us through your educational background and work experience with respect to land-related matters?
Yes, sir. I graduated University of Oklahoma in 2006 in a finance and entrepreneurship degree. After that, I graduated. I worked for IBM with the client BP for 2 years, and then I've been working with ConocoPhillips in a land capacity for the last 14 years and various assets.
And Shauna, are you familiar with all of the land-related matters associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes.
Okay. And have you put together land exhibits for each of these hearings?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Ms. Sims be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Shauna, let's start with your exhibit number 1.1. In this case, if you could identify the proposed spacing unit.
Yes. Proposed unit is in section 1929 and 30, Texas 163 north, 95 west.
And Shauna, you're kind of breaking up a little bit or coming a little bit muffled. If I don't know if you can get closer to the speaker. And then go ahead and take us through exhibit number 1.2, your working interest in this proposed spacing unit.
Yes, our proposed working interest for Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company is approximately 12.34%.
Okay. And then if you can take us through the breakdown too.
Sure. The underlying DSUs that make up this is the Waterton DSU operated by Burlington Resources, the Blue Ridge DSU operated by Burlington, and the Norby Federal DSU, which is operated by Oasis.
Okay. So Oasis has the laydown 1920, and then Burlington operates both of the 1280s to the south that make up the remainder of these lands?
Correct.
And have you communicated or will you communicate with Oasis and any other working interest owners with respect to operatorship?
Yes, to date, we have been in communication with Oasis Petroleum.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The land exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Sychek. I will swear you in again for this hearing, but he will be considered an expert for purposes of testimony. Mr. Sychek, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Brian, can you go ahead and take us through your geology exhibits? I guess starting with the structure map and the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, so exhibit 2.1 shows a structure map in the area showing an outline of the proposed spacing unit in the red dashed line. The structure is built on the Upper Bakken Shale top and is shown at 50-foot contour intervals. The Upper Bakken Shale is representative for the reservoir interval, so we would expect the structure of the reservoir interval to be very similar to this map. And then there's also a star indicating where a type log in the area is located.
Okay. And let's move on to that type log.
So that type log on exhibit 2.2 is the Uberwacken 2234, showing subsea TVD to the left and then Emory track on the right. I've outlined the limits of the Bakken pool and then the top for the members of the Bakken and Three Forks in the area, and indicated by a star that the Middle Bakken would be the target interval for for wells drilled in this spacing unit. And then this type log is representative for the geology in the area.
Okay. And let's move on to 2.3 then. Can you describe for us how you would develop the proposed spacing unit?
Yeah, so 2.3 shows the existing Bakken and Three Forks wells in the area. The proposed spacing unit is outlined again in a red dashed line. And you can see the blue dashed line would be our proposed Middle Bakken well in this spacing unit. It's a laydown Middle Bakken between the Norby DSU to the north, and then our Blue Ridge, Burlington Blue Ridge, and Waterton DSUs to the south. I'm also showing a gray dash line. There's another well that we would develop in conjunction with this well. If we're granted spacing orders and permits So this would be part of a 2-well project in this area.
Just to clarify, Brian, that the gray line, that's a proposed, a lease line for a proposed spacing unit that we'll be talking about next?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Sitek. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we move to Mr. Stavitsky. I will swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Nick, let's start with Exhibit 3.1. If you could just tell us how you would intend to drill and complete the proposed well?
Yep, so again, pretty standard, our 3-string design. The surface casing, again, it's a bit more shallow up here in this region. So just those are the setting depth based on our estimation of the formation for the surface casing and the production casing, and then again our liner with our roughly 30 stage completion.
Okay. Then let's move on to the reservoir data in this spacing unit.
Yep, so again, reservoir qualities are a bit better here than further in the south. The around 5.5%, net thickness about 45 feet. Gas oil ratio a bit more gassy, a little higher formation volume factor. With the oil in place, about 20 million barrels, and about 580,000 barrels per well is our estimated type curve.
And what do the economics look like for the proposed well?
So again, we don't have as much of a working interest in this well, so while the rate of return is pretty good, the NPV and that is a little bit lower just because we don't have as much of a working interest in this well.
Okay. And Nick, in your opinion, would the proposed spacing for this lease line well prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I guess, do we have anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
Not this case, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29779. Moving on. Case number 29780, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Keene Bakken, Three Forks, and/or Charleston Bakken pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre space unit described in sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, and I have the same 3 witnesses.
All right, Ms. Sims, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Shauna, let's go ahead and start with exhibit number 1.1, if you can identify the spacing unit.
The spacing unit is section 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 153 North, Range 95 West.
Okay.
Our working
Go ahead.
Our working interest in this proposed spacing unit is approximately 11.94%.
Okay. And then how about the breakdown?
Yes, sir. The underlying DSUs is the same DSU that was mentioned last case, the Waterson DSU. The Madison DSU, which is operated by XPO, and the Van Nuys DSU, which is the current operator, Petro Hunt.
Okay. And again, on this one, Shauna, the combined working interest is below 50%. Is it your intention to communicate and work with the operators and working interest owners of those other units to Address operatorship.
Yes.
I have no further questions that offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Sychak, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right. Brian, can you go ahead and take us through structure map and type log for this proposed spacing unit?
Yes. So the structure map is the same as the last one, showing a gentle stretch over the proposed spacing unit, built on upper box shale. The type log is also the same, highlighting the Middle Bakken member as the target for the well associated with this spacing unit. And then on Exhibit 2.3, just writing the proposed spacing unit, and then showing the existing Middle Bakken and Three Forks producers, then showing the approximate location of our proposed Middle Bakken well on the lease line between the Waterton DSU and then the Van Huy's and Madsen DSUs. And then again showing the well from the previous case as a gray dash line to the north.
Okay. And I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Brian, as in earlier cases, if this spacing unit is granted, there will be a lease line between sections 20 and 21 to the north. And does Burlington have any idea how that might be developed, or had you contemplated drilling a 3-mile horizontal well to cover that area?
We considered a 3-mile well in this location. Our current plans as they stand were to combine the surface location for this well and the previous well. So that's our plan as it currently stands. But we could certainly address the offsetting lease line and potential development scenarios.
Yeah, if you would, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Stabisky. Mr. Stabisky, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Nick, go ahead and take us through on this one, if there's any distinctions on drilling and completing this well.
Not too many changes from this well, given similar interest, and reservoir property. The reservoir properties are a little more poor. The porosity is a little lower, given the additional units we're tying in. But besides that, everything else should be pretty similar, and it results in a similar rate of return and payout.
Okay. And again, on this one, if the spacing's granted for this lease line well, would that prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
Yes.
I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
Exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Nick, can you explain why the gross well costs went from a couple cases ago from 8.8 to 10.5?
Yeah, so the primary reason for that is we added a little bit of risk, given that there's going to be a potential, there's less wells per pad. So there may be some having to do single well operations, and the cost that you split amongst multiple wells, you have to split against fewer wells. So this was the estimate I got from pad development, drilling, and infrastructure.
Why'd you use $50 on these ones and 60 earlier?
For the realized prices, so that should be $60. That might be typo. The realized price that we should use is $60. Let's edit that and resend it.
Okay, if you just want to supplement the record and the cases that have that.
Yeah, because in the economic that were run, it was on previous. So I'll get that up.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, there was, I guess, a couple of requests to supplement the record. Are we looking 2 weeks
Yeah,
again?
2 weeks again. I think it's a similar issue on the previous one with the impact to that corridor between 20 and 21. So 2 weeks, guys, on that.
Yeah, so February 1st again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So the record will remain open for supplement for the, supplemental exhibits there until February 1st, 2023. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
Not this case. Thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29780. Moving on, case number 29781. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Co. LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Charleston Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit described as sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 153 North, Range 95 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company, LP, and the same three witnesses will testify in this case.
All right, Ms. Sims, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Shauna, again, can you take us through the land exhibits, identify the proposed spacing unit first?
Yes, the proposed spacing unit, section 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 153 North, Range 95 West.
Okay, and then moving on to 1.2, your working interest?
Burlington's working interest in this unit line well is proposed at 56%.
Okay, and then briefly take us through the breakdown.
Yes. Underlying this DSU is two operated Burlington DSUs, the Archer DSU and the Washburn DSU. The Gilbertson underlying spacing unit is currently operated by XTO.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The land exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we move on to Mr. Sychek. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yep.
And Brian, go ahead and take us through your structure map 2.1.
So this structure map, again, is a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale top. 50-foot frontal double structure over the proposed spacing unit, and then a location of a type log indicated by a star. And then that type log, again, is same as in the previous two, the Uber Bakken 2234, highlighting the Middle Bakken interval as the target interval for this proposed unit. And then on Exhibit 2.3, again, shows existing in the area, and then the outline of the proposed spacing unit in red, and then the proposed Middle Bakken well in the blue dashed line adjacent to the existing ConocoPhillips, Washburn, and Archer DSU, and then the Gilbertson DSU to the north.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Move on to Mr. Stavisky. Mr. Stavisky, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Nick, Exhibit 3.1, drilling and completing this well, how would that work?
Yes, it's similar three-string design. Again, it's only a few units over, so there's no additional risk for a contingency for string and casing. And similar completion design as well, limited walking.
Okay. And moving on to the reservoir data and the economics.
Yep. So again, pretty similar. This well, we have a much higher working interest in NRI. So again, we'll see a higher NPV with similar rates of return. And again, that realized prices should be as with the previous at 67. So I will do that will be supplemented to represent from the economics.
Okay. And Nick, in your opinion, would this spacing for this lease line well prevent waste, protect relative rights?
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, I guess anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner.
All right. There's the supplement. And what is our time frame on that supplement? 2 weeks again, or?
Yeah, you're just talking about like the economics, like the gas, the oil price for the, yeah. Just keep it consistent, 2 weeks.
The record will remain open for the supplement for 2 weeks to February 1st, 2023. Anything further in this matter? None. That will conclude the hearing in case number 29781. Moving on to the regular order today. I believe the next case is case number 29712. Application of Hesbakken Investments to LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Beaver Lodge and or Dollar Joe Bakken Pools to establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit described as sections 27, 28, 33, and 34, Township 156 North, Range 96 West, Williams County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC. I have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically in this case and the next 2 Hess cases, Jaden Emerson, Motun Akinpelu, and Aisha Keshimir, and I'll call them now. Wade Mann. Hey, Jaden.
Hello, Wade. It's Jaden, Motun, and Aisha.
Great, we're ready to go here.
All right, Mr. Emerson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Jaden, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. Jaden Emerson, I'm employed by Hess Corporation as a senior land negotiator with the business address of 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Jaden, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with these hearings?
Yes, I am.
And have you prepared some land-related exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Emerson be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Jaden, let's start with your exhibit number 1 in this case. Identify the spacing unit for us.
Exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 156 North, Range 96 West. Indicated in blue is 2 stand-up 1280 existing DSUs. The one on the west side comprises of section 28 and 33 is an XTO-operated DSU, and the stand-up DSU comprises of section 27 and 34 is a Hess-operated DSU. Indicated by the green outline is the requested 2560 spacing, fully encompassing the underlying DSUs.
All right, let's move on to exhibit number 2.
Exhibit 2 sets forth the leasehold working interest ownership for the underlying DSUs and the requested 2560. Indicated in blue as XDO-operated DSU comprised of sections 28 and 33 called the Babette 24X33, in which Hess owns less than 1%, XDO owns 80%, Northern owns 9%, Specialized Tech owns 6%, and others own 5%. Indicated in yellow is Hess's operated DSU, comprised of section 27 and 34 called the BL Kerbal, in which Hess owns 54%, XDO owns 37%, Continental owns 5%, and others own 4%. In the requested spacing, Hess owns 27%, XDO owns 58%, and others own 14%.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Emerson. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The land exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Jaden, this is Bruce Hicks. Hess only owns 27%. Are you working with XTO and other working interest owners on operatorship?
Yes, I am. I got an email indicating XPO is aware of this requested spacing, and they do not plan to protest this case. So they have no objection to this spacing.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we move on to Ms. Agan-Pelu. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Motoon, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Motoon Akinpalu. I am currently employed as an operations geologist for Hess Corporation, located at 1501 McKinney, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Motoon, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the geology associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
And you've prepared some geology exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Akinpalu be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Motoon, why don't you take us through your exhibit number 3 first, the structure map.
Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 DSU in green. This is a top middle Rankin structure map. It is presented with a 50-foot contour interval dipping to the west of the Neeson anticline. The line 8 to 8 represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
Okay, and moving on to exhibit 4, can you take us through the cross-section?
Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section flattened at the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are laterally continuous throughout the area.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits 3 and 4 are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Ms. Keshemir. Ms. Keshemir, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aisha, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Aisha Kashmir. I'm a reservoir engineer employed by Hess Corporation, located at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Aisha, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the engineering-related matters associated with these spacing units in these hearings?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Keshemir be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Aisha, looking at exhibit number 5, can you describe your proposed development plan for us?
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development for Section 2728 and Section 3334. The bold dashed line is the proposed well, and it will be drilled in the middle parking formation.
Okay, and then let's move on to exhibit number 6, if you can walk us through the reservoir data and economics.
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single middle parking well in the Lodge area. The expected EUR is around 660,000 barrels, standard barrels, with 2.5% recovery factor. The economics will run at $62 per barrel WTI flat and 100% working interest. The expected NPV is around $12 million with 90% rate of return.
Aisha, in your opinion, would this spacing in this lease line well prevent waste and protect krill rights?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture affidavit.
Exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner.
All right, that will conclude the hearing for case number 29712. Moving on, case number 29713, application of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ross and/or Algerbakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 156 North, Range 92 West, Montreal County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC, and I have the same 3 witnesses for this case.
All right. Mr. Emerson, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Jaden, let's go ahead and start with exhibit number 1, if you can identify the spacing unit for us.
For Exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 156 North, Range 92 West. Indicated by the blue outline, Section 15 is the EOG-operated 640-acre existing spacing unit. Section 22, outlined in blue, indicates the 640-acre DSU operated by Oasis. And Section 14 and 23 comprise a stand-up 1,280-acre DSU operated by Hess. Outlined in green is the requested 2560-acre DSU.
And exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 sets forth the leasehold working interest ownership for the underlying spacing units and the requested spacing. Indicated in blue, Section 15 is the EOG-operated Ross 1315 DSU, in which Hess owns 25%, EOG owns 75%. Indicated in green, Section 22 is a 640-acre DSU operated by Oasis, the Teal 5692, in which Hess owns less than 1%, Oasis owns 51%, and others own 49%. Indicated in yellow, Section 14 and 23 has operated R.S. Feldman, in which Hess owns 59%, Northern owns 11%, Lime Rock owns 9%, River Bend owns 6%, Vitesse owns 6%, and others own 9%. In the requested spacing, Hess owns 36%, EOG owns 19%, Oasis owns 13%, and others own 33%.
And Jaden, we communicate then with the other working interest owners or operators with respect to operatorship of this proposed well?
Yes, I informed EOG of the requested spacing, and Oasis, they both informed they had no objection to the spacing.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Are there any questions from Commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Ms. Akinpelu. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Motun, with Exhibit 3, can you describe the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit?
Yes. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 DSUs in green. This is the top middle Bakken structure map dipping to the southwest, represented with a 50-foot contour interval, showing that the formation is dipping to the southwest direction. The A to A prime line is showing that the wells are used on the stratigraphic cross-section on the next page.
Okay. And let's go ahead and move on to Exhibit number 4 in that cross-section.
Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section right on the top of the Bakken, showing that the formation are laterally continuous.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits 3 and 4 are admitted. Are there any questions from Commission staff? Seeing none, Ms. Ketchumir, do you solemnly swear or affirm
Yes,
under
sir.
the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and Aisha, Exhibit 5, how would you propose to develop this spacing unit?
So Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development plan for Section 14, 15, and Section 22, 23. As you can see, the bold dashed line is the proposed well, and it will be drilled in the Middle Bakken formation from the same pad as the infill.
Okay, and then moving on to Exhibit number 6, what's the reservoir data and the economics look like?
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Middle Bakken in the Red Sky area. The expected EUR is around 640,000 in their barrel with 1.6% recovery factor. Economics will run at 62 barrels WTI flat and 100% working interest. Expected MPV is around 6 million with 66% rate of return.
Okay, and Aisha, in your opinion, would the proposed spacing for the lease line well prevent waste, protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from Commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29713. Moving on, case number 29714, application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Robinson Lake Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre space unit described as sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 154 North, Range 93 West, Montreal County, ND, and authorize 2 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC. Same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
All right. Let's start with Mr. Emerson. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
And Jaden, take us through exhibit number 1 and identify the spacing unit for us.
Exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 154 North, Range 93 West, with the 2 existing Hess-operated 1,280-acre stand-up DSUs indicated by a blue outline, section 4 and 9 on the west side and section 3 and 10 on the east side. The requested 2560 DSU is outlined in green and fully encompasses the underlying 1280 DSUs.
And moving on to Exhibit 2, can you take us through the working interest?
Sure. Exhibit 2 sets forth the leasehold working interest of the underlying DSUs and the requested 2560 spacing indicated in yellow. Section 4 and 9 is test-operated EMD 7 Chara, which has owned 84%, Grayson Mill owns 4%, Lime Rock owns 2%, and others own 9%. Indicated in blue is the test-operated DSU comprises sections 3 and 10 called the EN Force, and which has owns 94%, Grayson Mill owns 5%, and others own 1%. And the requested spacing has owned 89%, and Grayson Mill owns 4%, others own 6%.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted. Are there any questions from Commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Ms. Akinpelu. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Well, Tune, Exhibit number 3, can you describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes. The structure is a top middle bucket map, which is presented with a 50-foot contour interval, showing that the formation is dipping to the southwest. The blue boxes are the existing DSUs, with the green being the 2560 requested. The 8 to 8 prime line is used as the wells that are used in the cross section in Exhibit 4.
Okay, and let's go ahead and go through that cross section, Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is a stratigraphic cross-section starting at the top of the Bakken, showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the area.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits 3 and 4 are admitted. Are there any questions from Commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Ms. Keshemir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aisha, why don't you take us through Exhibit number 5 and describe how you would develop the proposed spacing unit?
So Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 development plan for Section 3, 4, and Section 9 and 10. The two bold dashed line are the proposed wells, and we will be drilling one in the Middle Bakken Formation, and the second one will be in the Three Forks Formation.
Okay. And moving on to Exhibit number 6, walk us through the reservoir data and economics.
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single Middle Bakken well in East Nesson area. The expected EUR is around 770,000 barrels with 1.7% recovery factor. Economics will run at $62 per barrel, WTI flat, and 100% working interest. The expected NPV is around $10 million with 67% rate of return.
Okay. And Aisha, with the proposed spacing for these two wells, would that prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the Exhibits 5 through 7 and the gas capture affidavit.
Exhibits 5 through 7 are admitted, as are the affidavit. Any further questions from Commission staff?
Aisha, on your Exhibit 5, how far off of the section line do you plan to locate those two wells?
For the Middle Bakken, it's going to be around 200 feet east, and the Three Forks will be 150 feet.
And then on your Exhibit 6 and 7, one's for the Middle Bakken well, one's for the Three Forks well. You have the same reservoir thickness, porosity, and oil saturation values. Are those just average values for the combined Middle Bakken and Three Forks?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Aisha, I assume your Three Forks target is the first bench?
Yes, correct, the first bench.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29714. Moving on, case number 29640, application of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Alger and/or Rossbakken pools to establish a stand-up 1920 acre space unit described as the east half of section 31, the west half of section 32, township 157 north, range 91 west, and sections 2 and 11, township 156 north, range 92 west, Montreal County, ND, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Breezy Carlson with Kuiper Law Firm, PLLC, located at 165 South Union Boulevard, Suite 710 in Lakewood, Colorado. Appearing on behalf of Hesbakken Investments 2 LLC, I have 3 witnesses, being the same witnesses heard in our previous matters.
All right, let's start with Mr. Emerson. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I would note for the commission that we submitted a letter yesterday asking that the record be kept open. On behalf of EOG and Hess, we included a date on that of February 17th, but I wanted to note that it is the intent of the parties to close the anticipated deal sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Jaden, could you please walk us through Exhibit 1?
Sure. Exhibit 1 is the location map of Township 157 North, Range 91 West, and Township 156 North, Range 92 West. Indicated in blue, Section 31 and the west half of Section 32 is the EOG operated 960-acre existing DSU. Indicated in blue, Section 2 and 11 is the Hess-operated 1,280-acre stand-up existing DSU. And outlined in green is the requested 1,920-acre spacing, which encompasses all of Hess's stand-up DSU in the east half of Section 31 and west half of Section 32, a portion of EOG's 960 laydown.
Wonderful, and if we could move on to Exhibit number 2.
Sure. Exhibit 2 sets forth the leasehold working interest for the underlying spacing unit and the requested overlapping 1,920-acre spacing unit. Indicated in yellow is EOG's James Hill, comprised of Section 31 and the west half of 32, the east half of 31 and the west half of 32 being included in this spacing, in which Hess owns, and the James Hill DSU Hess owns 11%, EOG owns 67%, and others own 22%. Indicated in blue is Hess's stand-up 1280 called the RS Yuma, in which Hess owns 56%, Weimer owns 28%, and others own 16%. In the requested 1920 spacing RS Yuma, Hess owns 42%, EOG owns 21%, and others own 37%.
Fantastic. We have no further questions, and I would seek to admit the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing,
So you own less than 50%, in fact, just a little over 11%, or, excuse me, 41% in the spacing unit. It sounds like you've talked to EOG, but have you talked to the other working interest owners in the proposed spacing unit?
No, I have not. We've got ongoing discussions with EOG and hope to finalize that agreement soon, but I have not reached out to the other working interest owners.
And does EOG, have they talked about how they're going to develop the rest of their spacing unit?
They did not indicate any development plan when I asked for their development plan. They haven't indicated that to me.
Okay, and I assume they support Hess as the operator of the well?
Yes, under the assumption that we finalize the trade agreement with them.
Does the trade involve wells or acreage within the spacing unit?
We will acquire the existing James Hill wellbore as well as the leasehold as it relates to the requested spacing.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Ms. Akinpelu. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Motun, could you please walk us through exhibit number 3, the structure map?
Exhibit 3 shows the locations of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 1920 DSU in green. This is a top middle marking structure map with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the southwest. The line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in Exhibit 4.
Fantastic, and let's move on to exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 shows the stratigraphic cross-section flattened at the top of the Bakken, showing that the formation targeted are present and continuous throughout the area.
Thank you so very much. No further questions, and we would move to admit the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to Ms. Keshemir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. Can you take us through exhibit 5, please, regarding the proposed developments?
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 1920 acres development for section for 156 North 92, section 211, and 157 North Range 91 West, half east of 31, and half west of 32. The dashed lines are the proposed 5 wells, and they will be all drilled in the middle market formation.
Wonderful. Moving on to exhibit 6, can you please address the economic summaries?
Exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single middle Bakken well in a Red Sky area. The expected EUR is around 770,000 standard barrels with 1.7% recovery factor. Economics will run at 62 barrels WTI flat and 100% working interest. The expected NPV is around $7 million with 39% rate of return.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions and would move to admit exhibits 5 and 6 along with our gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Aisha, this is Bruce Hicks. Do you plan to continue to produce the James Hill well after you've fully completed the 5 horizontal wells here?
No, I don't think so. We will do the economics and we'll evaluate if it's economic to keep it producing, but most likely it will be abandoned like the Puma.
And will that be prior to drilling the wells or after?
Most of the time we do it after. If we plug the wells like while drilling, then we do the abandonment. We finalize the abandonment after producing the well.
And how far do you plan to stay away on your stage fracks from the existing wellbores that you plan to abandon?
Well, it depends on the stage location for the existing wells, but usually we will be around 20 feet to 25, most likely.
So you don't have
But if
any,
we are abandoned,
go ahead.
sorry. But if if the economic shows that need to be abandoned, that we won't be isolating anything. We will be just parking into those walls.
Okay, and how do you plan to protect them at the surface to keep any flow from happening? Will you have any isolation downhole to prevent fluids from coming to the surface on those existing wells?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I need to talk to the production engineer and get back to you.
Okay, well, I think that would be an important thing to make sure that you're applying that when you submit your permits to drill those wells. So just include that in the permit applications. Okay, thank you.
Will do.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we are in receipt of the letter of agreement here that we received earlier. I guess, do you have any further comments on that, Ms. Carlson? Or,
No, none at all.
and then there was the request to leave the record open until February 17th for that agreement.
Yes, please.
And that is granted. Anything further in this matter?
So as far as the matter goes, you're not wanting the case to be continued to February, you're just wanting the record to be left open to receive that document, is that right?
To preserve certain rights of the parties, should the deal not be fully closed. But that's absolutely not anticipated by either EOG or Hess. And since this matter has been continued multiple months, and the parties have been working diligently to come to an agreement, they have come to an agreement. So as opposed to delaying approvals and frustrating the purpose of development planning, yes, we want to have the matter heard on the premise that you will have supplemental proof of closure sooner rather than later.
Okay, thank you.
So it's the record will remain open for supplement until February 17th.
I appreciate that very much, Mr. Examiner.
Anything further on this matter, Ms. Carlson?
We have nothing further.
Thank you. That will conclude the hearing in case number 29640. The time is 12:12 p.m. Why don't we take an hour for lunch? Or, I guess I have 12:12 p.m. So, and 1:15 for lunch. We are back on the record. The time is 1:17 p.m. The hearing for case number 29346, application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Lost Bridge and/or Bear Creek Bakken Pools to establish a stand-up 1920 acre space unit described as sections 10, 15, and 22, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, ND, and authorize 6 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is continued to February. Case number 29405, application of Oventive Production, Inc. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Sand Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as sections 15, 16, 21, 22, 27, and 28, Township 153 North, Range 96 West, McKenzie County, ND, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this case on behalf of Oventive Production, Inc. Have 3 witnesses appearing telephonically: Ashley Ellison, George Jennings, and Ryan Schubat. And they should all be on now.
Yep, we're here.
All right. Ellison, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Ash, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Oh, sure. Ashley Ellison. I'm a landman for Oventive Production, Inc., USA, Inc., and our address 4 Waterway Square Place, Spring, Texas, 773-820.
And have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, sir.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
I am, sir.
And have you put together some land exhibits for the hearing today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Ellison be received as that of an expert in this case.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
All right, Ash, let's start with L1, if you can take us through, starting with that regional locator map.
Sure. So L1 is a regional locator map. We're in the Sand Creek field, just south of the river.
And then moving on to L2, if you can identify the proposed spacing unit for us.
Yes, sir. L2, we're proposing a 1380 spacing unit to drill a leaf line well composed of 6 sections of land. In this map, yellow is Oventive acreage, kind of in the general area, and then I kind of highlighted the spacing units for this 1380. So Oventive operates, we respace 6, 21, and 28 as a 3-section 15K unit. And then we have another 1280 unit comprised of sections 22 and 27. And then up in the top right corner is an XTO spacing unit. One of the sections will be within this proposed 1380 unit. The logical question is coming is, have we discussed this area with XTO? That is, we have. We've kind of the general background is we've discussed XTO's 1280 with them, and we have an agreement with XTO to drill 15 Ks from the north to the south into their unit. So they're very aware of kind of our plans for the area. This proposed spacing unit will kind of marry a leaf line well that has already been approved from the north. So there's a 1280 DSU to the north that has a leaf line unit, and this proposed 1380 will develop the leaf line to the south of XTO's 1280. Sorry, I talked a little bit longer. That's the general layout for this area.
Yep. And let's move on to L3. If you can just describe your working interest, I guess, in the proposed spacing unit and then the underlying base units as well.
Sure. Yes, sir. So L3, working interest for this area, the western 15K spacing unit. Oventive operates a little over 50% of that unit. And then northern's 48%. The 1280 within this proposed unit
Ovintiv operates 46.5% of the unit. And then XTO's 1280, Ovintiv has a little over 11% of that unit, Northern 11%. And then simply because we don't operate that unit, we don't necessarily know the other parties in that well, in that unit, I guess. Sure. And then overall, the proposed 1380 spacing unit, Ovintiv would own roughly 44% of that spacing unit. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Ash, this is Bruce Hicks. I realize you're working with XTO on matters in the area. Have you talked to the other working interest owners on operatorship?
No, simply because the biggest kind of other party in these units is Northern Oil and Gas, and they're not an operator. So the logical operators would be XTO and us. And XTO has already developed kind of their western side of that DSU. So a lot of times the operators don't generally drill one single lease line well. So to adequately develop kind of that area, it would be nice to kind of do it with this 15K to the south.
Okay, well, on the proposed 3840, you have only, under 44%, and Northern, along with Hess and some others, could be greater than your 43%. So we would want you to touch base with the others just so they're aware of your application and you're not opposed to you being an operator.
Okay, we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Mr. Jennings. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
George, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is George Jennings. I'm a geologist working at Ovintiv USA, Inc. at 4 Waterway Square Place, Woodland, Texas, 77380.
And George, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have, yes.
You had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing unit?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony, Mr. Jennings, be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And George, take us through your G1, the structure underlying the spacing unit.
All right, so this is a structural map showing the underlying structure of the unit. In red, I've outlined the units in question here. We're averaging about 8,050 feet below sea level here, and I've also highlighted the type log that we'll be looking at on the next exhibit on this map.
Okay, and let's move on to your type log on G2.
Yeah, so this is a look at the Federal 15-1 type log, which is in the unit that we're discussing here. It's the closest triple combo that went through the Bakken. And on the left track is a gamma ray curve shaded with yellow. And then we have our depth track, and then a resistivity track showing deep and shallow resistivity, and then a porosity track on the right side showing our neutron and density porosity as recorded. You can see the formations are labeled on the left, and the well in question is planned to target Middle Bakken.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on. Was it Mr. Schubeth?
Schubeth.
That's correct.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ryan, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Ryan Schubat. I'm employed by Oventive. The business address is Oventive Inc., USA Inc., 4 Waterway Square Place, Spring, Texas 77380, and my role at the company is reservoir engineer.
Ryan, have you previously testified before this commission?
No, sir.
Can you briefly take us through your educational background and relevant engineering-related work experience?
Sure. I graduated from Missouri University of Science and Technology with a bachelor's in petroleum engineering and a minor in geology. I started working in 2012 with Newfield Exploration as a production engineer. I spent 4 years in operations and then moved to the reservoir side where I worked the Uinta Basin and the Bakken currently as a reservoir development engineer.
And are you familiar with the engineering-related matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared some engineering-related exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Schubat be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Ryan, let's start with E1. Just take us through how you would propose to develop the spacing unit.
Sure. Yeah, this is a bird's eye view of the proposed spacing unit. I've highlighted the proposed Middle Bakken lease line well in the dashed line, and then also included the existing Three Forks and Middle Bakken well bores that have been drilled in this area. Just one thing to note here, that the well path is an approximate location. We would optimize on the spacing from offset current well bores as well as where we plan to put the surface location. Those are approximate, but our intention is to drill this from a multi-well pad to optimize our surface plan.
Okay. Moving on to E2, just take us through how you would drill and complete the well.
Sure. This is our current standard well diagram with our Gen 3 casing design. This is what we've been using in our previous developments and most recent, and is our current budgeted go-forward plan. Just high level, we'd be setting surface roughly 6,000 feet past any saltwater disposal injection intervals and be running 5.5-inch production casing.
Okay. And moving on to E3, can you take us through the reservoir data and economics?
Sure. I'll hit the high points here. As far as the reservoir rock properties, this is roughly a 100-foot thick zone in the Middle Bakken. We see 13,000 barrels per section in OF here, and expect to recover 11% with full development. And then moving on to the economic section at the bottom, typical initial production rates out of the Middle Bakken are upwards of 1,800 barrels per day. And at the price deck that we ran our economics at 55 flat, we see an ROI of roughly 3 to 1.
So Ryan, would creation of the 3840 for the lease line well prevent waste and protect relative rights?
Yes, sir. As Mr. Ellison previously stated, this would be a great opportunity to marry up the lease line, since there is one that is drilled to the north, and it wouldn't leave a stranded 5K section of lease line there in the northernmost unit.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Ryan, when you were discussing the location of the well, you didn't indicate exactly where that would be located, but what is your ideal interwell distance? And I guess let me reframe. Interwell Bakken to Bakken distance?
Yeah, typically with the older parent wells that have small completions, we're not overly concerned with being closer to existing Bakken wells, but typically we stand off anywhere greater than 400 feet, which we would be able to do Bakken to Bakken in this scenario.
And then would that be your intent, to just locate this lease line well equidistant from the offsetting Middle Bakken wells?
We would probably face it slightly off the existing Three Forks well there that you see in the bottom, that bottom 10K in the south. That is an older parent, that we have stacked them directly before, but as long as we're offset slightly, then we don't see any issues with stacking it across over a Three Forks, and that would put it roughly equidistant between the two Middle Bakkens, about 600 feet on each side. 500 to 600 feet on each side.
Okay, so your intent is to offset it a little bit, but it's not absolutely critical to offset from that Three Forks well?
That's correct.
And then I guess on your Exhibit E3, you got 95 feet of net thickness for, the exhibit says Middle Bakken Reservoir. Looks like the Middle Bakken would be about 50 feet. Is that Upper Three Forks included in that thickness?
I think that's the total shales, is that 100 foot that's listed there on the reservoir rock property.
So shale to shale, upper shale to bottom of lower shale?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, this is Bruce Hicks. On Exhibit E3, you're indicating a net investment of $7.7 million. Seems a little bit low. That's for a 3-mile lateral, is that right?
Yes, and these costs were compiled at a date that predated some of the significant inflation that we've seen as of late, and those numbers really haven't been rolled through and validated internally for this economic session that was put together. So if we were to refresh that with the latest numbers, then that would increase.
So if you had to guesstimate how much this would be, what would your answer be?
From the 7.7 million to a full 15K, probably closer to the $10 million mark.
Okay, and how many stages do you plan to frack?
Let me grab that number for you real quick. Roughly 60 stages for a 15K.
Okay, and do you use about the same interval between clusters as you would on a 2-mile lateral?
Yes, we would keep those consistent with how we develop our 10Ks.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, maybe two more questions here real quick. You indicated that the existing wells were slightly older completions. Can you give me a time frame for when those wells were completed?
Go back and get to an exact date on that. I would imagine that they predate 2015 at least. And typically those job sizes are in the 400 to 500 pounds or even lower per foot, whereas we're upwards of 1,000 pounds per foot now.
Okay. And do you plan to do anything different with your Middle Bakken stimulation with the Three Forks well underneath it? Or as
No,
close?
sir. With history of how we develop, we typically can keep our proppant loading and fluid loading the same, regardless if we're going to be offset a Three Forks parent.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29405. Moving on. Case number 29230. Temporary spacing to develop an oil and or gas pool discovered by the True Oil LLC, number 31-36 Northern State Well, file number 37495, northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of section 36, township 148 north, range 102 west. McKenzie County, ND. Define the field limits and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. This case is continued to February. Case number 29777. Application of Marathon Oil Co. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Four Bears Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping laydown 1920 acre space unit described as sections 20, 21, and 22, Township 152 North, Range 93 West, Montreal and McKenzie Counties, ND, and authorize 11 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Marathon Oil Company. I have three witnesses telephonically: Taylor Roberts, Sarah Beth Donaldson, and Farshad Lalarok. Taylor? You got everybody there? Okay.
Taylor Roberts, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Taylor, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Taylor Roberts. I'm a land professional for Marathon Oil Company, and our business address is 990 Town and Country Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Taylor, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, sir.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Roberts be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Taylor, let's start with L1. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit for us?
Sure. Exhibit L1 shows the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit outlined in the purple dashed lines being sections 20, 21, and 22 of Township 152 North, 93 West in McKenzie and Montreal counties.
Okay. And then let's move on to L2. Can you walk us through the working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Sure. Exhibit L2, depicting the previous three sections I mentioned, shows Marathon's tracks where we own 100% in yellow, a partial interest in orange, and no interest in white, being in sections 20, 21, and 22. Show Marathon's working interest in the unit at 80.67%.
And Taylor, who owns then in that track 13 where you don't have anything?
Correct. Interplus Resources owns track 13.
And is Interplus aware of this proposed spacing application that you have?
Correct. We've discussed it thoroughly with Interplus, and we should be attaching a letter of support signed by one of their landmen to this case.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Roberts. I'd offer the land exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we can move on to Ms. Donaldson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Sarah Beth, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sarah Beth Donaldson, advanced geologist at Marathon Oil Corporation, located at 990 Town and Country Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77024.
And Sarah Beth, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, sir.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you familiar with the geology associated with this proposed spacing unit?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Ms. Donaldson be received as that of an expert.
Testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Sarah Beth, let's start with G1, if you can take us through the structure underlying the spacing unit.
Yep. In Exhibit G1 is depicted as the upper Bakken Shale structure map with a contour interval of 20 feet. The full 1920 acre spacing unit is shown in the red dashed box and has an average dip of 1/2 degree. The pink line from A to A prime is the cross section shown in Exhibit G2.
Okay. And let's move on to G2, if you can take us through that cross section.
Cross-section from A to A prime shows our primary target intervals for this area, both the Middle Bakken and Three Forks First Bench. The Middle Bakken thickness is consistent across the section, while the Three Forks First Bench bends slightly towards the south.
Okay. And then let's move on to G3, if you can walk us through the proposed plan of development.
Right. Exhibit G3 shows our plan of development for our 1920 acre spacing unit. Marathon's latest drill schedule has a planned spud date in Q4 2023 after permits have been acquired. The 11-well pad will be batch drilled and later zipper fracked. To optimize the development of the unit and maximize operational efficiency, we have decided to plug and abandon the Koali USA 3120H and Interplus's forebears 2011H. We do have written agreement from Interplus that they will plug and abandon the forebears upon Marathon's notification to commence drilling operations. By plugging and abandoning these wells, we can optimize our well spacing across the unit while increasing lateral lengths with modern completions to maximize recovery from this expanded Kawali unit. The stand-up well is an immediate drilling and operational hazard, whereas the laydown well across the eastern half of the section 20 and sections 21 and 22 impose an operational risk as the liner weight is low of only 11.6 pounds per foot, which has a higher risk of collapse liner after frac and unsuccessful cleanout. Additionally, we will minimize interference with Interplus's two stand-up section line wells to the west of this pad, the first patrolled 152, 93, 19D, 18, 14, and the fourth patrolled 152, 93, 19D, 18, 11. By staying out of the Bakken Pool until off of their lease and setting our 7-inch casing approximately 400 feet off the western line, which will give us approximately 300 feet well spacing. And that's it.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Sarah Beth, during your completions, with realizing that you plan to plug those wells, but do you plan to do anything different with the completions offsetting them? Or will they be plugged prior to your completions being done?
They will be plugged prior to completion, so we'll maintain consistent completions across the lateral.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, you said you'd be plugging both the Quali and the forebears, correct?
Yes.
What about the Yasenko USA?
No, those are two more modern completions done within 2019, and it has a higher grade of 13.5 pounds per foot liner weight. So those will ultimately stay in line with the section line wells towards the north. We're only plugging and abandoning the two forebears and the Quali USA.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none, we move on to Arshan Lalarok. Can you hear me, Mr. Lalarok?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Farshad, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Farshad Lalro, reservoir engineer at Marathon Oil Company, located at 990 Town and County Boulevard, Houston, Texas 77024.
And Farshad, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, sir.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the engineering-related matters associated with the spacing unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Lalro be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Oh, sure. Farshad, just one quick thing before we go on. Can you spell your name for the record as well?
Spell Farshad, F-A-R-S-H-A-D, and Lalroch, L-A-L-E-H-R-O-K-H.
Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to E1 then, if you can take us through the reservoir data and economics.
Yes, sir. As is mentioned, we are going to drill 11 wells, 3 miles each, and P&A the 2 parent wells. The proposed wells are Middle Bakken and Three Forks wells with an expected production of 694,000 barrels of oil. This is out of an original oil in place of about 15 million barrels for the 1920 acre unit, leading to a well recovery factor of about 5%. The well is expected to have a positive return with a BFIT NPV return of $5 million. The economics will run at $50 per barrel WTI flat case and $2.35 of gas.
Okay. Let's move on to E2 then, if you can describe for us how you would drill and complete these wells.
The drilling and completion plan for this well is our standard design, which is to run a 7.7-inch casing past the kickoff point, then to run the cement of 4.5-inch liner approximately 15,000 feet further. We will be completing 60 stages in a plug and perf manner.
The total well cost is expected to be around $9 million. This includes location, facilities, and artificial lift costs.
Okay. So Farshad, if this spacing and development is approved, in your opinion, is that going to prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture affidavit.
The exhibits and affidavit are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Farshad, would you say you ran the gas price at for your economics?
The gas is at $2.35 per MSCF.
Thanks.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. I guess I did hear reference to an Enerplus letter. Do we need that to hold the record for a supplement for that, or?
Well, Taylor, are you intending to submit the communication you got from Enerplus?
If desired, I don't see an issue.
I didn't hear you at all. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I can if it's requested.
I guess.
Do you guys want to see it? I mean,
I knew he had referenced turning it in. I don't know if there was a request actually for it. Is there? Would the commission like the? I don't think it would be necessary.
All right, thank you.
Anything further on this matter, Mr. Mann?
Not in this case. Thank you, Mr. Examiner.
That will conclude the hearing in case number 29777. Moving on, case number 29778. Application of Kraken Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Fort Buford Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 1920-acre space unit described as sections 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 153 North, Range 104 West, Williams County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is dismissed. Case number 29782. Application of Foundation Energy Management LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bicentennial Bird Bear Pool to establish a 640-acre spacing unit described as Section 34, Township 144 North, Range 103 West, Golden Valley County, ND, with one horizontal well allowed to be drilled and completed in the Bird Bear Pool at any location on such spacing unit not closer than 500 feet to the boundary thereof, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Foundation Energy Management, LLC. I'll have three witnesses appearing in this case and the next case. Mr. Lee Garvey Land, I have to call him. He'll be appearing telephonically. And then Kenneth Daniel and Tyler Stallcup are present in the hearing room. So I'll call Mr. Garvey now. One moment. Get the right number. Give us cell. See if I'll try it again.
Oh, hey, Lee Wade was trying to call you from the NDIC phone. Okay. Do you want to try to call him?
Yeah, I'll try one more time.
Okay, he's gonna try to call you again right now. Yeah, I showed him the number on my phone. I heard it's called out there.
So 970, right?
Right, it's 970-376-5029.
Have them call, can you call them or text them and have them call 701?
Hey, can you call the commission phone when I got the number when you're ready? Yep.
You ready?
Yeah, it's gonna be
701
701
328
328
8099.
8099. Okay, thank you.
It's weird. Lee? All right.
All right. Mr. Garvey,
Got
can you
Mr.
hear
Garvey
me?
on.
Sorry about that. I don't know. My phone wasn't ringing, so kind of weird, but I'm glad I was able to call in.
Oh, that's no problem. Might be something with the system here too. I'm going to swear you in here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Lee, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yeah, my name is Lee Garvey. I'm employed by Foundation Energy as a senior landman, and business address is 5057 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas, 75001.
And Lee, have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the hearings today?
Yes.
Okay. So we're starting with 29782. Can you, well, I guess I'd move the testimony of Mr. Garvey be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Lee, let's start with exhibit number 1. Can you identify the spacing unit and take us through the working interest?
Yes. So the spacing unit, the proposed spacing unit is going to be a 640-acre spacing unit covering all of Section 34 in Township, 144 North, 103 West. There's 2 tracks. The first track is identified as track 1. It is highlighted yellow. Foundation has 50% of the working interest, and the group called Evolution Petroleum owns the other 50%. And then track 2, there appears to be, to our knowledge at this point, we're still updating titles, but 6 other working interest owners. As you can see on the exhibit, their interest is according to the name and to the percentage. So Nance Petroleum at 76%, although we do believe that Nance is now, their successor should be, I believe, White Rock. Then there's Seaboard Oil Company, which is at 9%. Manexco at 8%, 8.5%. Catherine Cone Keck at 3.125%, and Knox Industries at 2.6%. And then, as you can see, we've calculated the total unit working interest as follows. Foundation and Evolution both having 37.5%. Nance, or I guess if you want to say White Rock, at 19.09. The Seaboard at 2.34. Manexco at 2.125. Catherine Cone Keck at 0.781. And Knox Industries at 0.651.
I have no further questions for Mr. Garvey on this case. I'd offer the land exhibit 1.
The land exhibit is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Lee, this is Bruce Hicks. Is Evolution any affiliation to Foundation?
They're a partner of ours, but they are not one and the same as Foundation. They're not a subsidiary of Foundation.
Okay, and do you have an agreement with them that you would be operator of the well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Move on to Mr. Daniel. Please raise your right hand. Yes. And make sure your mic is on too. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. Can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Kenneth Daniel. I'm employed by Foundation Energy Management. I'm a geologist. Our office is located at 5750 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas 75001.
And have you previously testified before this commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And you have familiarity with the geology-related matters associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Daniel be received as that of an expert in these cases.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
Okay,
And let's start with exhibit number 2 in the packet. Can you just identify the spacing unit and tell us what you're kind of looking at with that exhibit?
Yes, so Exhibit 2, what I wanted to do is highlight the bicentennial field located kind of in Golden Valley, McKenzie County. Also, the approximate location of the Beaver Creek, the axis of the Beaver Creek anticline, which you'll see the red line running from northwest to southeast. The producing, or all the wells drilled with their producing formation. And you can see, like, the light blue is a Madison, the darker gray is Bakken shale in this area. The green is the Three Forks. The purple is Bird Bear / Nisku, and the red bubbles are the Red River producers in the area. And then our area of interest is located in the southeast of Section 34 of 144 North, 103 West. And then if we go, and then the green lines are basically the oil field outlines as described with the state.
Okay. Then let's move on to exhibit 3, kind of focus in on the proposed spacing unit, and if you can identify the location of the type log well.
Yes, once again, this is kind of a zoom in of the previous exhibit. So what we're seeing is Section 34 centered. They're highlighted in yellow with the foundation acreage. Once again, the producing formations are highlighted as previously stated. You can see there's the horizontal wells that are drilled to date. They're a black dotted line, and the proposed 640 drilling spacing unit with a 500-foot setback for the Bird Bear is located in Section 34. The type well is highlighted by a blue star, and then the proposed lateral will be underlying an existing Bakken lateral. The proposed lateral length is approximately 5,600 feet, drilled from northwest to southeast. And the directional survey on the Bakken well was pretty much 90 degrees flat. That is our current plan for the Bird Bear at this point.
Okay. Let's move on then to that type log. If you can kind of walk us through that exhibit.
Okay, so Exhibit 4 shows the agate B 20002 JV-P1 pilot well that the Bakken lateral was drilled out of. I have zoomed in on the Bird Bear section. The kind of the red dotted line, that's the top of the Bird Bear A. And then there's a Bird Bear C2, a Bird Bear C1, and then the top of the Bird Bear B formation, underlined by the Dupro formation. The track 1 is the gamma ray color filled, blues, kind of the dolomites, limestones. Track 2 is the resistivity with the shallow, medium, and deep curves. And then track 3 is the porosity curve. It's dark blue is your density, the green is your neutron porosity, and then track 3 is the total gas as seen on the mud logs. And you can see the horizontal target would be in the C2 interval of the Bird Bear A formation.
And let's move on. Exhibit number 5 looks like structure map. Can you? walk us
Yeah,
through
so this is a structure map on top of the Bird Bear A formation. It's a 10-foot contour interval. Generally, it's dipping from southwest to northeast into the basin. Once again, you'll see the Bird Bear tops from the vertical wells highlighted in a dark blue subsea. So we're looking in the interval for the Bird Bear, about top of the Bird Bear, about 80 subsea 8250 to probably 8270, and then we would be approximately 6 to 7 feet below the 6 to 10 feet below the top of the Bird Bear A would be our target in the C2 formation.
And then let's move on. You've got a cross section as well. Let's move on to the.
Yeah, so if you look at on Exhibit 5, you can see the cross section A to A prime basically goes from northwest to southeast, just showing that the formation is pretty continuous in this area, very very consistent. And you can see, once again, it's basically track 1 is your gamma ray, track 2 is your resistivity, track 3 is your porosity. And the way the porosity is colored, if the density porosity is, if the cross plot porosity is greater than 6%, it's highlighted in green. If it's less than 0, it's kind of highlighted in orange to kind of indicate anhydrite. Once again, you can see the target in the Bird Bear C2, and although we don't really see porosity developed in the agate B1, you will look at the offsetting wells and you'll see porosity developed in the C2 and also in the C1 intervals of the Bird Bear A formation.
I think that's all the questions I have for Mr. Daniel. I'd offer exhibits 2 through 6.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Stolka. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Tyler, can I have you state your name, by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Tyler Stalkup. I am employed by Foundation Energy Management, LLC, as an operations engineer. My business address is 5057 Keller Springs Road, Suite 650, Addison, Texas, zip code 75001.
And Tyler, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Okay. Why don't you just briefly take us through your educational background and relevant engineering-related work experience?
Yes, I received a Bachelor in Science degree from the University of Tulsa in 2020. I came on with Foundation Energy Management as an intern in 2019. After graduation, I moved to Midland, Texas, worked as an operations foreman for the Permian Basin, and was then the production superintendent for our southern region. I did that for about a year, and now I'm in operations engineering for our Rockies region. And here we are.
Okay. And Tyler, are you familiar with the engineering-related matters associated with these proposed spacing units, as well as the wells that you're looking to recomplete?
I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Stallcup be received as that of an expert.
The testimony will be received as that of an expert.
And Tyler, let's start with exhibit number 7. If you can kind of take us through how this proposed recompletion would work.
Certainly. So here in Exhibit 7, we're showing our wellbore diagram of how we propose to drill this lateral. So you can see our current existing lateral, which is the open hole Bakken that Kenny had mentioned. We plan to isolate that by first using a cast iron cement retainer, which will pump 100 sacks of cement through and then leave 10 sacks of cement, Class G, on top of that. After that cures, we will perform a pressure test to ensure that we have a good seal there. We will then set a whipstock on top of that, and then we will mill a window out of the existing casing. We will then drill our proposed lateral. We will proceed to do a production test on that for 60 days, and then we will run a liner and cement that in place to cover the Bakken and all of the formations between the Bird Bear and our existing casing. We plan to complete the well open hole besides the liner and not use any stimulation. However, if we do need some for inflow, we're planning to use approximately 1 gallon of 15% HCl per foot of lateral drilled, if required.
Okay. Let's move on then to Exhibit 8, if you could kind of walk us through the economics, reservoir data.
Yes, so in Exhibit 8, we have our economics and reservoir data. On the top left, you can see the NYMEX price curve that we use for all of our economics. Immediately below that, you can see the type curve that we've generated based on offset producing bird bear wells, both that we operate and by our fellow operators in the area. Immediately to the right of that, you can see the summary of reservoir characteristics, and below that, you can see the detailed economics for this well.
So Tyler, if this were to be approved, in your opinion, would that prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and protect relative rights?
It would.
Okay. I have no further questions. I offer Exhibits 7 and 8.
Exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Tyler, when you were discussing Exhibit 7 and the completion of this well, I believe you indicated you intended to drill the lateral and produce for a period of time before cementing in the liner presented on this exhibit?
That's correct.
I guess why would you do that? Why would you ask to complete a portion of the lateral would be open to both the Bakken and the bird bear at that point, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so your production test wouldn't be limited to the bird bear in that case.
So we would plan to run, that's correct, it would be from both formations. Though due to the nature of the Bakken in this area, we believe that the mass majority of production would be from our lateral and not the Bakken shale.
Is there a reason you want to drill it and complete it in that fashion, as opposed to setting the liner and then begin your production?
There is, for economic reasons, to reduce our dry hole cost. Should it not be successful, running the liner adds about $500,000 in cost. That makes this more of a marginal project. However, if we're able to reduce our dry hole probability and cost there by running this liner, it makes it much more attractive to our partners to proceed with this in future development.
If it were uneconomic, how would you, when would you know that, and how would you propose to isolate at that point?
At that point, so we would know that at the conclusion of the 60 days after initial production, and then we can begin to see the decline. If it is uneconomic at that point, we would set a open hole cast iron cement retainer above the bird bear. We would then pump our cement through there and then put a balance plug over the Bakken formation to isolate that from the rest of the reservoir. And then we would pull up into the portion that's currently cased, set a second cast iron cement retainer, pump approximately 100 sacks of cement through that, and then leave 20 feet on top of that as well to isolate everything below, and then continue plugging up the well bore per usual standards in the field.
The plug you plan to place in the Bakken lateral, is that going to be down actually in the horizontal as depicted on here, or?
Yeah, so it will be in the curve of that existing casing. So the casing starts to curve down to the formation, and then I believe it lands at the Bakken and then goes open hole from there.
Do you have any idea what inclination you're proposing to put that?
I would have to check my notes on that.
I think I would like to know the measure depth you plan to place that retainer.
Yeah, so we'd set it at 10,700 feet measure depth. That's labeled as the 7-inch CICR.
I just missed the number. My bad. Is there a way you could isolate the bird bear production from the Bakken without cementing in a liner immediately?
There is. We could run in with a open hole swell packer, and then we could place that below the Bakken in the open hole portion, and then produce through that for our initial flowback period.
Would that reduce your dry hole cost significantly if it were?
It would, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions from commission staff?
So, Tyler, are you planning on just drilling out the bottom of the casing when you drill your bird bear lateral? Or will you have a kickoff plug?
We'll have a kickoff plug, yes.
Okay, so looking at Exhibit 7, I didn't catch the conversation prior when you were testifying that you wanted to complete with the Bakken and the bird bear open and test the two at the same time. If you set a kickoff plug inside the casing, why would you have the Bakken open at that point?
Because that kickoff plug would be located above. It would be a brief interval where the open hole wellbore travels through the Bakken. Because our liner at that point isn't actually in the Bakken formation. So we would have to build our angle above it and then go through.
Okay. What I would like to see is kind of a write-up on the re-entry on exactly how you plan to not only drill the well, but kick off and also how you plan to complete it, and kind of outline how you intend to produce it for a certain time, and then what you would do at a later point. You know, I mean, if you're going to evaluate and then go in and run a liner and cement it in, or whatever your thoughts are, outline all that so we know exactly what it is that we're looking at.
Certainly.
What's the timing on this?
Current timing is we're expecting to have a spud date at the end of Q2 or early Q3 of 2023, based upon rig availability.
You indicated on Exhibit 8 your pricing for gas, $3.84 an NMM. Have you looked at the gas gatherers in the area, and have you talked to any possible connection?
I have not personally, no.
Okay, this particular well never did sell any gas. So I'm wondering if you looked at the proximity to where the gas lines are in the area, and if that's something that are you planning on trying to get it connected to a gas line?
I would have to check with our marketing department on that.
Okay, well, if you could also include that in your supplement.
Certainly.
The closest gas gatherer and any conversations that you've had with them on the possibility of connection.
I will.
Thank you.
Are either of you aware of any active drilling or completion work in the Bakken in the area?
In this particular area, I am not aware of any active Bakken or Three Forks activity. Bakken shell is pretty thin. Three Forks thins as you move to the southwest. So it's not very active.
Okay, thank you.
But Kenny, this particular reentry is horizontal Bakken well, right?
This is an older Bakken well, that's correct. The original well was drilled in 2000, I believe. I don't have the file in front of me, but if I look at the log header on Exhibit 6, you can see that the Agate pilot well was drilled back in December of 2000. And then I believe that they took that down and they tested tested the bird bear and the vertical Bakken, and they decided to come back and drill the Bakken lateral. And then that's produced, and then I want to say it's about, is it 5 barrels a day even now, or is it even?
Correct. It's currently
Okay.
at 5 barrels a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've cumed about 67,000 barrels of oil.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from staff? Seeing none, there was a request for supplements, I think it was re-entry info and
Yeah,
gas gap
Tyler,
info.
how long do you think it'll take to be able to put all that together and get it to the commission?
We can get that together into the commission by the end of next business week. So that would be what the
Would
20.
like the 1st of February work?
Yeah, by the 1st of February.
We'll do that 2 weeks again. That'll be the 1st of February. The record room will remain open for supplement until the 1st of February. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, not in this case, Mr. Examiner.
All right. That will conclude the hearing in case number 29782. Moving on. Case number 29783. Application of Foundation Energy Management LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Beaver Creek Bird Bear Pool to establish a stand-up 640-acre spacing unit described as the east half of Section 36, Township 143 North, Range 103 West, and the east half of Section 1, Township 142 North, Range 103 West, Golden Valley County, ND, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled and completed in the Bird Bear Pool on such spacing unit not closer than 500 feet to the east or west boundary and 150 feet to the north or south boundary of such unit, and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Will all interested parties please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Foundation Energy Management, LLC. Have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
All right, Mr. Garvey, can you hear me?
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Lee, again, let's start with exhibit number 1. If you can identify for us the proposed spacing unit as well as your working interests and I guess that of your partner.
Yeah, again, it's going to be a proposed 640-acre spacing unit. This time it's going to be a stand-up 640, and it's going to be covering the east half of Section 36, 143 North, 103 West, and the east half of Section 1 and 142 North, 103 West. We've identified 3 separate mineral tracts. Both Foundation and Evolution own 50% of the working interest in all 3 tracts, thus having 50% of the unit as well for each company.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Garvey. I'd offer exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 is admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, Mr. Daniel, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Kenny, let's start with exhibit 2. I guess similar to the last case, kind of give us, identify the spacing unit and kind of give us the kind of big picture what you're looking at here.
Yes, very similar to the previous exhibits, or previous case. This is an outline of the Beaver Creek field highlighted pretty much in the center. The green lines are the oil field outlines as defined by the state. Once again, this is a map showing the existing wells and the producing formation. Once again, the light blue is the Madison. The darker gray is the Bakken Shale. The green is the Three Forks. The purple is the Bird Bear Nisku, and the red is the Red River Formation. Once again, the heavier red line kind of down the eastern part of the Beaver Creek field. It's approximate axis of the Beaver Creek anticline as defined by well control. And then if you look in the southeast part of that Beaver Creek oil field, we proposed stand-up 640 as highlighted kind of in the black dashed lines and showing the 500-foot setback. And as Lee mentioned, our area of interest is Section 1 of 142 North, 103 West, and Section 36 of 143 North, 103 West.
And then again, let's move on to exhibit number 3, kind of focus in on the spacing unit.
Yes, once again, this is kind of a zoom in of the southeastern portion of the Beaver Creek oil field. Once again, showing the producing formations that are offsetting the proposed drilling unit. And you can see that the type log is going to be highlighted with the blue star. That is the Barkland 9210 JV-P1. We're going to be coming out of the Barkland number 2, which was a Madison well, had 2 horizontal laterals in it. We're going to be coming out of that one. Been using the Barkland 1 as my type log, and you can see the proposed path of the well. We basically be coming out of the 2H and drilling back to the northwest slightly. The red line highlighted, the darker red line highlighted is approximately 6,000 feet, although we could drill another probably 1,900 feet or so, 1,800 feet to, if all the drilling is going well, to our 500-foot setback line.
Okay, let's move on to the type log, man.
Okay, once again, this is Exhibit 4 is the type log for the Beaver Creek field in this particular area. It's the Barkland 9210 JV-P1. This well was drilled back in September of 2003. Track 1 is the Gamma Ray, which color filled with the bluers being dolomite limestone. Track 2 is resistivity with the shallow, medium, and deep curves. Track 3 is the porosity with the density porosity being highlighted in blue. The neutron porosity being highlighted in green, and that's scale of 0.3 to minus 0.1. And then track 4 is actually a raster image of the total gas recovered in that well. Once again, the formation tops are highlighted by the red dotted line. That's the Bird Bear A. And you can see the 3 members, C2, C1, C3 at the top, and then the Bird Bear B underlain by the Duperow formation. The target is highlighted by the red arrow on the right. The green kind of color fill in there, that line, that's porosity. It developed in the Bird Bear C2 interval, and you can see the DST recoveries there. They had 1.6 cubic feet of gas, 425 cc of oil from the Bakken A, and then in the Bird Bear A, and then in the Bird Bear B, they had DST recoveries of 0.6 cubic feet of gas, 125 cc of oil, and 1,900 cc of water. Once again, our target is the C2 member of the Bird Bear A formation.
Let's move on to the structure map. You have Exhibit 5.
Yeah, so very similar to the previous case, the overall, the main dip is to the south, to the northeast, dipping southwest to northeast. And then once again, the red lines are indicated by the red line is approximate axis of the Beaver Creek anticline. The production bubbles, that is from the cumulative Bird Bear production of the Bird Bear A. And so if it's a dark blue, it's less than 50,000 barrels of oil. If it's a light blue, it's 50 to 100,000 barrels. If it's a light red, it's 100 to 150,000 barrels of oil. If it's if it's a darker red, it's greater than 150,000 barrels of oil. And you can see a couple of the Bird Bear horizontals to the northeast of us have cumed some nice oil. Once again, you can see cross-section A to A prime. It's basically the dash blue line going from north to south.
Okay, and let's move on finally to that cross-section.
Yeah, so if you look at Exhibit 6, this is cross-section A to A prime, north to south, and you can see that the Bird Bears are very consistent. You have the C3, C2, and C1s developed. Our horizontal target is going to be located in the C2.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Daniel. I'd offer Exhibits 2 through 6.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff? Seeing none, move on to Mr. Stulkup. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
And Tyler, let's start with exhibit number 7. Just kind of walk us through how it would work on this well, the reentry and completion.
Yes, so for this well, we have 2 existing Madison open hole laterals. They are approximately 1,500 feet above the, a little bit more than that, from the Bird Bear A. So we would go in and we would set a traditional cast iron cement retainer at the toe of open hole lateral 2. We'd set that 100 feet above the shoe, and then we would pump 100 sacks of cement through that, 10 sacks of cement on top. We would then go to lateral labeled lateral open hole number 1. We would set a open hole cast iron cement retainer, and then again pump 100 sacks of cement through that and leave 10 on top of it. We would then come back out, move in with our drilling rig. We would then drill out of that open hole lateral. We would then drill down and build our angle to get to our bird bear section, and then proceed to drill a 5,000-foot open hole bird bear lateral. We would then again be requesting to perform a 60-day production test of this interval to ensure it's economic prior to setting the liner. Then after the conclusion of that 60-day production test, we would then come back in and we would set a 4-inch liner inside of the 7-inch casing that then goes down to the bird bear, isolating the bakken with casing and cement all the way back up to our open hole. And then again, too, if needed, we would complete the bird bear with 1 gallon of HCl per lateral foot. Would be the only planned completion there. And that's it for Exhibit 7.
Sure. Let's go on to exhibit number 8, and if you could walk us through what the reservoir data and then the economics might look like.
Of course. So our bird bear pool rock properties, it's a dolomitic lime at a measured depth of approximately 10,650 feet, expecting a bottom hole pressure of 6,390 pounds. An average net thickness of the cycle 2 of the bird bear A is 2.5 feet, with 10% porosity and 25% in situ water saturation. Bottom hole temperature and API gravity are all in line with the area at 260 degrees and 42 degrees API. And then the remaining factors there for our reservoir calculations. We're expecting an initial production of about 129 barrels a day and 142 MCF a day. And then our price tag here run at a flat 75 and 384. Expecting a cost of $2.1 million to drill that will pay out in 1.7 years, and also an ROI of 1.7. That's for our base case.
Sure. And then, Tyler, again on this one, if this is approved and you're allowed to go back into this well with this spacing, would that prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells, and protect relative rights?
It would.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer Exhibits 7 and 8.
The exhibits are admitted. Are there any questions from commission staff?
Tyler, again, you're proposing to do the production tests prior to running a cemented liner, correct?
That's correct.
In this case, you would be exiting an existing Madison horizontal lateral?
That's correct.
So you'd end up having Madison open hole,
Bakken open hole, and bird bear open hole. Correct.
And again, I'll ask the question: is there a way you can? Well, let me ask it the same way I did in the previous case. Is there a reason you're proposing to do that as opposed to running and cementing the liner initially?
We are to reduce our dry hole cost to us and our partners to make it more economically attractive to pursue this drilling activity.
And is there a way you could achieve isolation of the bird bear from the other formations during your production test timeframe?
We could run in with a temporary liner or tubing and then set that with an open hole packer at the entry to the bird bear formation, and then produce that for our production period prior to cementing it in place.
in this area, is anyone aware of any Madison and or Bakken activity ongoing or expected in the area?
We have two vertical Bakken recompletions. One is actively underway, and then the second is pending the success of the first. The first is the federal DM2, and then the second was the Barkland 1.
How far away from this proposed wellbore would those be?
Leave the Barkland ones like right here.
I don't have this.
Yeah, no, this
They're
scale.
fairly close, actually. Yeah, I would say probably 200 to 500 feet. Probably closer to 200 to 400 feet apart.
Timing wise, when would you be doing that work as opposed to this work?
We would be doing this work at the end of Q2 or early Q3 of 2023. We plan to actually perforate and recomplete the first well federal DM2 tomorrow with expected frac date of February 24th. And then probably looking at March to April, so early Q2 of 2023 for the second vertical recompletion.
So those Bakken recompletions and their stimulations would be done prior to this.
Drilling of this well, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tyler, with your economics of $75 a barrel, if it were to drop below that, would you still move forward with the project, or would that basically stop the project?
We would, on this deck, we would still move forward under 75. I can include in the supplemental a hard deck of where we would stop if requested.
Sure, that'd be great. Yeah. Thanks.
Tyler, I think in this case, we'd want you to submit a write-up on your plug back and drill out and completion plans as you proposed, and I would also include the alternative in there of running a open hole packers with a liner or tubing, whatever that might be. And then I would include in that also the nearby stimulation work and how that might affect this if it was open hole. But you said that's going to be done before this is done?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, you can never mind that part of it then.
Part of your request is for a 150-foot setback on the north and south ends of this proposed spacing unit. I took a cursory look at setbacks, and it didn't appear that we had any beyond a 500-foot setback that we've allowed in the bird bear. Where's that request coming from, and how do you justify that?
The way that I set up the well plan was a 500-foot setback. Was this from a previous meeting we had with the 150-foot setback?
You're in 29,783, you have requested it in your application. It says a spacing unit not closer than 500 feet from the east and west boundary and 150 feet to the north or south boundary.
Okay. Yes, but the well plan is actually designed to TD at 500 feet from setback from the north line. And then the darker red line there is approximately 6,000 feet. I think we're going to be pushing the limits of the rig capability to drill a whole lot further than 6,000 feet. But if we can get the additional, I think the full lateral length is approximately 7,800 feet. So that would be a bit of a stretch with this proposed riglet that we're trying to get.
Okay, I just wanted to comment that it was only after extensive microseismic evidence that we had in the record that we went to a 150-foot setback in the Bakken. So it would be very premature in this case, just so you know.
Yeah.
On the 150-foot setback. So you're withdrawing that portion of it, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, Tyler, have you checked out gas gathering? It appears that you are selling some gas from this well.
Yes, we have gas gathering located fairly close to this well, I believe, on location. And if not, we definitely have it at the neighboring location.
Who is the gas gatherer that you're selling to?
Believe it's One Oak for this well.
Have you reached out to them to find out if there would be any issues with additional gas on the system?
I have not personally, no.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commission staff? Seeing none. Mr. Mann, we do have a few requests for supplement here.
I
at that
think
same
to
time.
February 1 again, Tyler, would be fine.
Yes. Yep.
The record will remain open until February 1st for the supplements.
I do want to clear up one thing. We had the two reentries. One, you said, the first case, you said it was either second quarter or third quarter that you'd do it. Is this one immediately after that? Or when, what's the timing on it?
That was our plan, yes.
Okay.
To drill the one well and then move the rig immediately to the second.
Okay, so you're not going to wait for any results on the first well?
Correct. We were not planning on it.
Thank you.
Further questions from staff? Seeing none. Anything further in this matter, Mr. Mann?
No, Mr. Examiner, thank you.
And that will conclude the hearing in case number 29783. Moving on, case number 29679, application of Oventive USA Inc. for an order granting relief from the 1220-foot setback policy for a well in a stand-up 1280-acre spacing unit for the Ranch Coulee Bakken Pool, described in sections 3 and 10, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, McKenzie County, ND, and for such other relief as may be appropriate. This case is dismissed. You heard that one. And that will conclude the hearings for today. Thank you.